Hi, Karen. I'm ready with the files if you'd like to pass presenter.
Sure, 1 second.
Good evening, everyone, and we would like first to acknowledge that we are gathering here today on the treaty territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and before them the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Huron and Wendat. We also acknowledge that the First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other global Indigenous people that will call Brampton their home. We are honored to live, work, and enjoy this land. Good evening and welcome to our meeting of Brampton's Planning and Development Committee. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll call for attendance at tonight's meeting.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence in tonight's meeting. Councillor Dillon.
Present.
Councillor Singh is present. Councillor Fortini.
I'm here.
Is present. Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Is present. Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Councillor Willens.
Present.
Is present. Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Present. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Thank you. And Chair Medeiros. There are 9 members present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and our first item is approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to tonight's meeting?
So, Mr. Chair, I just wish to provide an update to committee on a few added items for tonight's agenda. First of all, there is additional correspondence that will be identified under 11.8 on today's agenda. This is in regards to item 10.1 on the agenda, and 10.1 is, bear with me here a second, is the application to amend the official plan, zoning bylaw, proposed draft plan of subdivision, Glenn Schnarr and Associates, Georgian Mayfield Incorporated, Sterling Chase, 6875 and 6889 Mayfield Road in Ward 10. There's additional correspondence from Deepak Zinzuwadia, as well as Davies Howe, as well as Rajiv Sani, and that those pieces of correspondence will be included with the agenda after the meeting. I also just want to point out for members of committee, members of the public that are in attendance in person, or those participating online remotely, this is a rather lengthy agenda. There's over 1,600 pages on tonight's agenda with a lot of business items. There are 6 statutory public notice items. Committee will go through each of those items in order with a presentation by city staff, followed possibly by a presentation from the applicant, and then there'll be an opportunity for delegations from the public that first have registered for those delegations, and then the committee will ask if there's anyone else to speak on those items. And that applies to the 6 statutory public notice items. We have at least 50 registered delegates so far, and I suspect that list is growing. So please, I will just ask, when it is your turn to speak, you will have up to 5 minutes to speak. The clock will behind the chair and behind the councillor will display the countdown. You will have a warning at 4 minutes, with 1 minute left. At 4 minutes, you'll have a warning, and we ask you to please wrap up your remarks within the 5-minute allotment to allow everybody the opportunity to speak tonight. We also ask, if you are 15th on the list for speaking and persons before you have already provided their comments that are similar to yours, please try to provide some new information for committee's benefit as opposed to duplicating comments that have already been made. Another reminder is the chambers is not to be used as a location for demonstrations. I did see a number of people walk in with signs. Your opportunity to speak will be speaking to the committee, so I please ask you to please not use signs or any other form of demonstration while we're in the meeting, to respect everybody's opportunity to address the committee. Sometimes we do find that the gallery and delegations clap after people speak. If you are clapping, it does prolong the meeting. So please give everybody an opportunity to say their piece, then to leave and to allow the next person to come forward. One more thing I just want to point out is, through you, Mr. Chair, is because there are so many delegations and a number of them have submitted presentations, it will be taking the clerk's office a little bit of time to pull up the material. So we ask for patience from the members of the public, from those that are participating online, from members of the committee, as we do go through this agenda to make sure everybody who has requested an opportunity to address the committee is given the opportunity to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further additions, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman that the agenda for the Planning and Development Committee of June 20th be approved. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. Motion carries. Next item, do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? The city clerk will so note. Consent motion. So committee, as part of our consent motion process, I will read each eligible agenda item. Subject to consent motion, any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. I'll start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. Item 7.2, staff report regarding ministerial zoning orders, an overview. In consent. Item 7.3, staff report regarding city-initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to implementation additional residential units regulations. Held by Councillor Bowman, so noted. 8.1, minutes from the Brampton Heritage Board, May 17th. In consent. Correspondence, item 11.5 from Andrew Johnnery, partner, Bennett Jones LLP, June 6th, application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw for draft plan of subdivision Argo TFP Brampton Limited, or Argue TFP Brampton 2 Limited, 10124 and 10244 Mississauga Road. In consent. And correspondence from Deb Bergerman, Brampton resident, ministerial zoning orders and overview. Item 11.9. In consent. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the consent motion. Is there anyone opposed? Oh, sorry, I have to send this to the city clerk, who will provide us an overview, and we'll ask for a recorded vote per our procedure.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, the following items are for approval of the consent motion. 7.2, a staff report on ministerial zoning orders. 8.1, minutes from the Brampton Heritage Board. 11.5, correspondence from Bennett Jones regarding a draft plan of subdivision for TFP Brampton Limited at 10124 and 10244 Mississauga Road. And finally, correspondence 11.9 regarding the ministerial zoning orders. All those in favor or opposed to the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. That's a yes. Councillor Singh. It's a yes. Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Willens.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Medeiros.
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 9-0.
Thank you very much. Our next section of tonight's agenda is the statutory public meeting items. This is a public meeting of the Planning and Development Committee held in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act of Ontario. The proposals to be heard at this public meeting are the result of applications made under the Planning Act. These are not proposals of the City of Brampton unless they are specifically identified as city-initiated proposals. We have one city-initiated proposal for a statutory public meeting. The intent of this public meeting is to receive submissions from the public regarding these proposals. Given we have persons watching this meeting through the city's live stream, we will have staff present each proposal subject to a statutory public meeting unless committee decides otherwise. After receiving pre-registered delegations, members of committee may ask for clarification, but will not engage in debate on the proposal at this time. Committee consideration of the proposal will occur at a future meeting when planning staff bring forward the final recommendation report on each proposal. The city also posted on its website, brampton.ca, supporting information, documentation for these development applications for public review and reference. We will not proceed to consider the 6 items on this evening's statutory public meeting agenda. After consideration of these public meeting items, committee will deal with the balance of the agenda items on tonight's agenda. Our first item is item 5.1, a city-initiated official plan to the Credit Valley Secondary Plan Area 45, Block 6, Ward 5, to clarify the policies within the Credit Valley Secondary Plan Area 45, Block 6. So I will now invite Kelly Henderson from our Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Kelly.
Ward 4.
Thank you. Good evening, members of committee, members of the public, and city staff. My name is Kelly Henderson, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the city-initiated official plan amendment. Next slide, please. The subject property is located within Ward 4. The lands are within sub-area 45-6 of the Credit Valley Secondary Plan, which is an area of approximately 34 hectares in the southwest of Brampton. The nearest major intersection is Churchville Road and Steeles, and the property is located north of Steeles Avenue West and east of Credit View Road. Next slide, please. The subject property is surrounded by residential to the north, to the east, natural heritage features and residential, as well as the railway, and residential to the south, and then to the west, natural heritage features and residential. Next slide, please. The purpose of this amendment is to the Credit Valley Secondary Plan to clarify the review process for development applications within Block 45 Sub 6, which requires block plan amendments to be submitted prior to any subdivision application being approved. However, all studies to be submitted via block plan amendment can be submitted as part of the subdivision or zoning amendment application, therefore requiring a redundant process. Next slide, please. The next steps of the subject application are staff will review the application, including reviewing comments from the public, and advance a final recommendation report to council for a decision. Issues raised will be addressed in the recommendation report at a later date. Staff will contact and follow up with residents who have submitted written material or have spoken at the meeting. Next slide, please. This report associated with tonight's presentation is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me, as my contact information is shown on the slide above. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
So we will now go to delegations, and our city clerk will explain the process.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to members of the public attending today's meeting on this item, there are a number of, there's 5 registered delegations at this point. The first was from Harry Blackburn. He's withdrawn. After we go through these registered delegations, if there's any other persons present that would like to address committee on this item, they can come forward, they can sign in behind the podium, just so we can contact you, and you can then retain your appeal rights on the final decision of the application. But we ask that you do sign in before you speak to committee. So the next registered delegate is Mahandra. And we have, I think, your presentation, and we'll just bring that up momentarily.
This is not the presentation. No, it's not that one. I sent a separate one. I have it on USB. If I sent it via email. I did. No, it's not that one.
Bear with us a moment. We're just going to see if it's on the agenda. 5.1. And while we're waiting, just for those of you that are standing, we do have the committee room, which is when you come off the elevator, instead of turning right, you turn left. There is seating in there for about 30 people, and we are streaming this meeting, so if you wish, you can go in there and have a seat to watch the proceeding. And also, we do have overflow downstairs in the conservatory that is streaming the meeting as well. So if those of you that want to have a seat, you are welcome to head in that direction.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, you can proceed and you have up to 5
Yeah, okay.
minutes.
Hello, my name is Mitu Mahandra. I live at 8307 Credit View Road. It's the neighborhood of Eldorado Mills, and I'm also a member of Credit Valley Residents Association. So slide 1, the photo 1 reminds us the purpose of democracy is to choose a leader and a governing body that will represent the public and govern in the best interest of the people. Second picture. The mayor and the council are elected by the residents and working for the residents. The city planner and the planning committee are also paid using tax dollars paid by the residents and should work for the best interest of the residents. Picture 3, most of the residents are active for elections, if that, and thereafter put their trust in the governing body to look after their best interests. In our daily routines of working and raising a family, it gets hard due to time constraints and other logistical issues to actively participate. Even in an important meeting like today, less than 10% of the neighborhood residents are able to participate. I want to reinforce the trust that is placed in the governing body by the residents. Next picture, please. This is a picture of the notice. This notice was put in the Brampton Guardian that satisfies the requirement from the city's end. I would like a show of hands that read this notice present over here. Did anyone read this in the Brampton Guardian? No, I did not either. I did not read this notice at all. So that's okay. So nobody read this notice. The residents of Eldorado Mills, where this proposed amendment is proposed, did not see that notice, yet they are directly affected by this amendment. Next photo, please. So while publishing notice in the Guardian is fulfilling this requirement on the paper, it is not working for the best interest and not raising any awareness in the community. This means that this amendment is being reviewed and may even be changed without the awareness of the residents. This should be noted by the city when they make the decision. Notices should be mailed to the residents well in advance, more than a month, not 3 weeks, so that residents can rearrange their schedules to attend this meeting or give feedback via other means. In this time of electronic age where few people actually read the paper, this model is not sufficient and should not be used as a checkmark to fulfill the city's requirement. I commend the city on making attendance open virtually, making this accessible to all. Similarly, changes should be made in the method of notice delivery, and the proposed amendment details should be made crystal clear prior to the meeting. Once I was aware of this proposed city-initiated recommended amendment Tuesday morning, it took me 4 emails over 6 hours with the planner. This is in between saying patience on a busy working day to find out some details on what actually was being amended. At the end of this communication, I received the link to a 1,000-page document. It is very discouraging and overwhelming. Going through the 1,000 pages took more than 2 hours, and I've always been a fast reader. It is hard to get this time. I could only do it because I was very determined and extremely concerned resident by that time. We, the people of this community, asked the city to make this more transparent and clear. When we are asking a specific question, please give a clear and direct answer. Highlighting the concerned item and bookmarking the relevant pages would be appreciated. The item we were asking about was less than 100 pages.
Very good point.
Coming to the amendment itself, from what we understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the amendment is to make a 2-step procedure into a 1-step procedure. This is making the application process easier for a builder planner in proposing a new subdivision. This will encourage builders and investors to approach property owners with acreage and turn them into subdivisions. This will set a precedent for the properties north of this area on Credit View Road. Slowly, this area and the environment may be completely and irreversibly changed. Is this the legacy that the mayor and councillor want to be remembered for? Please explain how does this look out for the best interest of the residents that are already concerned about overdevelopment in this area. Is the city supporting builders and planners or the current resident? Next picture, please. The residents support the city by paying taxes. Our property tax is proportional to the assessed impact values of our homes. The 5 factors are right there: age of the building, total square footage, location, size, and quality of construction. When the location is considered, it takes into account the home's neighborhood, market area, and what others would be willing to pay if it's sold. At this time, the impact value of detached homes within the Credit Valley area is highest compared to detached homes. Other factors considered the same in Brampton East, Brampton West, and Brampton North. So the residents of the highest paying tax area of the city of Brampton are asking the mayor, council, planners to look out for their best interest, and existing residents are opposed to this amendment. Please consider this carefully. Also, the proposed amendment and the result of this meeting should be clear and easy to understand, and mail to the residents, or at least email the people who are in attendance today. In the past, next picture please, application B19029 was attended by my husband, Dr. Tushar Mahindra, in January of 2019. It was approved. Land was severed from 8395 Credit View Road, and we were informed verbally on that day a single dwelling was approved. But we found out recently we were not informed of the entirety of the result. Only recently, when we noticed that the land is zoned as low density 1 and investigated, we realized the zoning too had been changed from executive housing to low density 1. At that meeting, on that day in January 2019, when we were verbally informed that a single dwelling was going to be constructed in that area after the severance. If past is the indicator of the future, now with this amendment, we may understand that the city plans to collaborate with builders and planners to develop more subdivisions in this area. This is not in the best interest of existing residents. We, the residents of El Dorado Mills, strongly oppose this. Our elected officials and planners, please consider the best interest of the residents when making your decisions. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. So I will, are there questions of this delegation? I know our practice is to go through all the delegations, but just specifically, because I know there was some information there, I think we just want to make sure that everyone has the same information. So Councillor Bowman, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The delegates said that that the notices were not sent out. Where were the notices, if the notices were sent out? Who got them?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So the subject city
Okay,
initiated.
Staff is trying to provide an answer, so I would ask, let them provide an answer, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. The subject city initiated amendment here relates to not one parcel, but a larger area. And so in particular, as it is that city staff deal with areas that are larger and not site-specific, we utilize the Planning Act requirements as it relates to the notice procedures. So here the notice procedures identified within the Planning Act identify that the paper is to be used. And so Brampton Guardian is what staff do use then in that respect. In this case, again, because it's not a development application that's site-specific, but rather akin to a policy matter, and really the consistent way in which city staff deal with that is, again, by way of the paper and not through mailings.
Okay, thank you.
Then I understand completely what the delegate is talking about, because the Guardian, a lot of people don't even look at the Guardian anymore. Can we change that?
Please, this is not the forum. Allow staff to answer. We'll be here all night.
Can we change that, Alan, so that any of these future, and I know we had one last planning meeting as well, that would have been treated the same way. Can we change that in the future so that a mail out goes out to every resident in the area?
And so through Mr. Chairman, like there's alternatives that we can consider. So like the key is ensuring consistency with the Planning Act. To think about including mailings for each of these very larger geographic areas and the sheer significant volume in the mailings and the costs and such, it may very well be better for us to think about different alternatives like the use of web and social media and various other things to supplement the Planning Act requirements for the use of the newspaper. So we can consider all things. I'll follow up with others within the department to really understand for these city-initiated elements that aren't site-specific related, how best to be really ensure that good communication goes out to the residents.
Okay, and I know there's a cost to it, and I know that mailing out to everybody here, there's a cost to it, but I would hazard a guess and say the cost to mail out to every one of these people at a buck an envelope is cheaper than the full-page ad in the Guardian. So perhaps the Municipal Act or the Planning Act, we also need to be addressing that with the provincial government. So thank you.
Point taken, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowman, and I'll move that the chair be heard. Thank you very much. Just the last slide, I think the delegation referred to, I think, was that a Committee of Adjustment decision? Because referring to 2019, I'm not sure the document says, it seemed to me as a Committee of Adjustment. Would we know?
Yeah, Councillor and Mr. Chairman, it did look that way to me as well, just from the file numbers. That's a matter that I'm not familiar with. You know, staff by all means can follow up with the resident and look at the background as it relates to that matter, but it's not one that's familiar with to me now.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that because the Committee of Adjustment is arm's length resident panel, but staff will explain to you how that decision was there. The only comment I would say is, Councillor Bowen and myself as your representatives, today we can't express our opinion in favor or against, but we do commit to ensuring that you have more meetings, more explanation. We take your point that it is complicated. It's complicated for us here at this table. So we will ensure that you get all the information you need in a simplified manner because we ourselves want to make sure we're all sort of understanding the same information. So I don't see any further questions, and we'll go on to our next delegation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next registered delegate is Tushar Mahindra. Tushar, if you can come forward, please.
Aside from statutory, just
Sorry for that.
Ms. Tushar, oh, there you go. Hi.
So my name is Tushar Mahandra, and my wife basically said everything that needed to get said before me. I do oppose this amendment that was proposed to the Credit Valley Secondary Plan Area 45. I think what hurt the most is the way that, you know, the council realized that it was done. If my wife hadn't been on the website to review the agenda for this meeting, nobody here would even know that this existed. So we felt kind of and I was thinking of a, you know, analogy. So like I'm a dentist, my wife is a dentist. So imagine, you know, one of you come in for, say, an extraction, right? And, you know, I'm like, okay, we're going to pull one tooth today, you know, and I hand you a 1,000-page document saying, okay, go through this in 5 minutes and sign at the bottom there, consenting to that. And they're okay, 5 minutes. And then you kind of scroll through, and because you're in a, you know, you're panicking, you just sign it. And then I give you IV sedation, you're knocked out. While you're knocked out, I walk out to my waiting room, and there's 3 other patients sitting there and say, hey, is everybody okay if I pull 4 extra teeth on my patient here? Everyone's like, sure. Right, then I make 5 random phone calls. You know, the first 5 numbers I see in the phone book say, hey, I have a patient in the chair, can I take 4 extra teeth out? Well, sure, right? So, and I go pull out 5 teeth instead of 4, and then I wake you up and say, oh, all done. And you're like, but I'm missing 4 extra teeth. I'm like, yeah, that's just the way it works here. You know, you sign this document, and, you know, we put this out in the Guardian. You know, so I think we felt kind of hurt, or cheated is more like it, but thank you for acknowledging that, and I'm sure it's going to get better going forward.
And I think the major difference, no one's pulling out teeth today. There's no decision.
Yes.
So,
okay, good. That's good. It's just.
But we certainly take your point. We understand the frustration not getting that information. And again, we will ensure we work with staff to get the right information out, have a proper discussion, because we also need to understand all the information. We're not experts on this as well.
No, and we invite you, councillors, to please come and, you know, visit the neighborhood and see what we have, right?
As long as we get a free teeth cleaning.
Whitening out of my garage. Like, we'll do it out of my garage. Don't worry. We'll make it happen.
Sounds good.
The next registered delegate is Jasbir Singh. Is Jasbir present?
I think Jasbir Singh is not present. I am going to make presentation on his behalf. I will sign on from my email and start. No, I didn't consider that.
So sorry, if Jasbir's not here, I'm just going to have you sign in, but before you speak, we're going to go to the next registered delegate, which is Bhupinder Rakra. Is Bhupinder here? Just going to confirm if Bhupinder is online. We don't see Bhupinder. Okay, so after you sign in at the book, you can come forward and you have up to 5 minutes. that is the end of the registered delegates for tonight's meeting. If there are other people that wish to speak to committee on this item, I would ask that you please come down in an orderly fashion, sign into the book, and then you can line up behind the gentleman at the podium to speak, and then you'll be given an opportunity to speak afterwards. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sukhi Bedwan. I live at the address of 8288 Churchville Road. On Friday, I received an email from the city clerk. I was going to speak on another agenda item, and I looked at there's something else affecting my community. I had no idea if I didn't get that email. This point has been raised by the previous speaker, so I'm not going to go too much into it. So I thought over it, I did my own research, and I could be wrong, I could be corrected. So I thought, like, what is being done, what is being achieved? So the benefit of all the persons present here, this amendment will delete a requirement to amend the block plan prior to giving any approval or any development approval. So at this point of time, in El Dorado Mills, there is a requirement that need amendment to a block before builder gets approval. So what this proposal is doing, they are skipping the process, putting A and B together. To reach B, currently you have to reach A, then you reach B. What this proposal is doing, they are putting A and B together. Now, I will ask why, but I will get into 3 particular reasons why I believe this is wrong. Okay? Reason number 1, which has been already covered, there has not been public engagement. The stakeholders have not been consulted. There's no input. So I will not expand on that. But the second reason is more important. This amendment is not supported by any study why it's needed. I can say whatever, but there has to be some supporting document, supporting analysis. Someone need to analyze why it's changing from here to here. This Credit Valley secondary plan was constituted a few years ago. This precondition was put, precondition A step was put by the councillors and by the city planners. So what has changed from that time to now? We don't know. Why it was put to begin with, the councillors who put that condition at that time, they must have thought about it. So, do we know why it was put in that condition to begin with? There's no analysis. Okay, so how the policy considerations have changed over time from previous time when this condition was put and now. Finally, what has changed now that brings in this removal of precondition A? We have no study here. It is mere an assertion that it will facilitate something. It will facilitate a builder to skip step A, go to step B. That's what it's doing. Now the third reason is more important, more so for councillors. It comes with bad optics. Bad optics. You know, there's an ongoing application in the same subdivision where builder is asking for approval, who has to go to step A, then step B, and city is coming in, okay, no, you don't have to do step A, just do step B. How is it? It has bad optics. What I would say regarding bad optics, I have a solution, because people come here with problems, not with solutions. The solution is this: provided all the conditions are met, if this amendment is ever implemented, this should not apply to any current application before the city. It should be 2023 applications, 2024 application. So optics is clear, there's no bias, even optics of biases will be deleted. Those are my submissions.
Okay. So we do have a question of the, I'm not sure if it's the delegation or staff.
Both.
Okay, both. Councillor Bowman, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your impromptu delegation. I would like to ask staff, for me sitting here listening, it appears as if a lot of the people here tonight think this is going to change tonight. We're going to vote on it. can you please explain what happens here? Because this is a staff-initiated proposal, so this is the first time the councillors are seeing this proposal as well.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Bowman, entirely. Yeah, so this is the first opportunity for the public to speak to the matter. This city-initiated amendment, which we put forward, trying to find efficiencies with the process, knowing that there are development applications that we're processing, and that the full breadth of studies and review. Really diligence occurs through the development process where it is a public process. We have a full review of technical issues associated with development applications. Staff thought that there is some benefit to be had by way of making some adjustment to the secondary plan policies as it relates to the block plan, because the technical issues are going to be reviewed by way of a development application. So we thought to try to work towards some streamlining of the process that still allows for full diligence and technical review. So we've put this forward for consideration, but yes, just that, this is the first time that it is being put forward for public comments. Staff will receive that, as members of council will as well. Ultimately, the matter, once it is that all of the comments are received, technical review done, some further diligence on this matter, staff will be coming forward with a recommendation report, and will be commenting within that report to really respond to the various issues that we've heard from residents and others as well.
Okay, and to the gentleman's point, I also am very well aware that there's another application or public meeting coming up in the same area. How does, and Alan, maybe this is the wrong time to ask the question, maybe we should ask it when that comes up. How does this impact that decision?
Yeah, through Mr. Chairman, so if it is that the amendment that's put forward by staff initiative here as per the report to streamline that process, if that process doesn't come to be passed by council, then there is a step that will have to occur in advance of any approval of that development application.
Okay, and lastly, Alan, when this amendment does come back to council, you will incorporate every comment that somebody has made here, and that's where I wanted you, sir, to be sure that you know where to send your comments and questions so that they do get included in any report that comes back to this council for us to read. So at some point, David or Alan, if you could provide the gentleman your cards so they can get the approvals to you. Okay, and one last question, sorry, Alan. If this gets approved months down the road, when it comes back to council, does that mean that planning applications will not come to public meetings like this, or do they all have to, no matter what?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, development applications will continue to come to planning committee through to council thereafter as well. That's the full breadth of parts of the statutory process that are outlined within the Planning Act that we have to ensure and always do ensure we satisfy in full.
Okay, and sir, so my question to you was just if you could get their cards so you know exactly where to send your comments directly to the people who are at the meeting.
So Councillor Bowman, you have asked the city staff 3 or 4 questions. I think I should be fairly given opportunity to very simple reply. I told you
you'll have the opportunity. We have a whole crowd, we have a big line, and we have questions. Okay, go ahead.
So, Councillor, whenever there's someone give answer, there has to be reply, because he raised new issues which I did not raise. So there is opportunity to reply.
But this is not a debate. This is the
I
issue.
understand.
If everyone comes to do the same, I'm not trying to be a bad guy.
No, you are not
ask your
bad
question, but if this becomes a norm, then we're going to be here all night. So go ahead, ask your question.
So my question to the city is this is city initiated something which can assist the builder. Why don't the city initiate something and come to address the current problem we have in our community? If city really initiate, they should be addressing that also. I'm not saying they should not initiate other things. They should also initiate something for residents. That's what I want to do.
Okay, and that's why we're here. And the one thing I would ask everyone to remember, we just got a provincial election. And if you've been following the provincial election, one of the critical points was of getting housing, and that they're saying the process at the municipalities are too slow. So they're challenging municipalities, almost letting them know that we have to ensure that we look at opportunities to streamline our processes, because what they hear is that we're taking too long on approving applications. So they just got a majority government. So we're right now dealing with this. This is another example of we're looking at all our business, looking at all our processes, and looking where we can find ways to streamline. So this is where we're at. That's the context, and that's where we are today. So go ahead, please. Our next delegation.
I'm Navinder from 8 Fairmont Close. Just a small thing. I respect what he said, like it's very expensive to send letters, time consuming and all that. Okay, the area which was highlighted there, just put 4 billboards on all 4 corners. That won't be that expensive. The way they did it for builder.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. My name is Arvinder Sandhu, and I'm a resident of Brampton for almost like 40 years, retired OPP officer for 30 years. What shocks me is that the reason I'm here is not because the city's notice being published in The Guardian. I'm here because I heard a Punjabi radio program where the real estate agents are actually advertising that they can book an apartment on Queen and Mississauga area. I don't know exactly what site it was. I appreciate you guys all saying that, because I can just tell you, I'll assure you what exactly is happening in the city. Not so much in the intricacies of what you guys are dealing with, but I can tell you what the public is dealing with. It's a fight between people who have too much of money, maybe the builders or the owners of land, I really don't know. Maybe the money has shifted hands, I really don't know. But I speak on behalf of all these people, and I'm a resident of 69 Links Lane, and I'm shocked how we are being treated. That is the biggest challenge in today's society. If you just simply go by Guardian, how many people actually read Guardian, or how many even get in their resident? Just by show of hands. This is democracy. I agree with you what you're saying, that okay, provincial elections, they just went by. But we all know that there are a lot of people with money, a lot of people coming in saying, hey, we want to build this, we want to build that. But are we going to just accept that? Or are we going to accept at least the public? These are the taxpayers. These are the taxpayers. These are the people who actually own the services. And sir, with all that, what you've been saying, if you're going to be here all night, let's be here all night. That does not matter. Because we are the people. We are the people who are paying yours. And even I got paid by taxpayers. If somebody had committed a crime, I had to spend all my evening, and I did. For 30 years, that's what I did. I did for the city of Brampton and for the province of Ontario. And all I suggest, sir, with my closed hands, and I beg you, please consult public in all your due process. Not just few who are just being paid. And they're making lots of money. I can bet you they're making lots of money. I'm not making any excuses. But I tell you, emotions are very high, and that's what brings all these people. All these people are here because emotionally they were hurt. I was one of them. When I heard that on a Punjabi radio program, that hey, bring your driver's license and checkbook, we will book it. And that's what disturbs me the most. That's all I have to say, sir. I don't want to keep you all night here, but I appreciate all you guys coming in. Thank you so much for giving me the chance.
Okay. Peter, I'm not sure if there's any.
Is there anybody else here who wishes to speak on this item? So through you, Mr. Chair, we just to advise the crowd, we do have capacity limits in here. People can still come up. If security can make sure that they can come up, they can enter into the committee room to watch and observe the hearing, or they can use the overflow down in the conservatory. But we do have fire code regulations in terms of the number of people that can be in the chambers. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? If so, can you please come down before we move on to the next agenda item? And seeing none, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. And before we move to our next item, and I do appreciate the last delegation, I just want to make something very clear. These gentlemen here are staff. They don't make the decision. They provide their information. They provide their recommendation. We here at this table make the final decision. So they consult with everyone. So all your comments, they will look at it, do a technical analysis, and provide their professional opinion. So I wouldn't towards, and I appreciate some of the frustration, but don't direct it at staff. Really, staff are doing their best job, and I feel compelled as the chair of planning to understand they're going to take all your comments, and we can be rest assured that any decision we make, we're going to ensure that we consult with everyone. We're going to go through an opportunity to discuss this, and then we'll have an opportunity to all reconvene and consider a report at a later time. So we have no other speakers, so I will now move on to the next item. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to receive the delegations and move the staff presentation. Anyone opposed? I see none, so the motion carries. Before we move on to our next item, I will invite anyone who wants to leave at this stage from the first item. If you want to leave at this time, feel free. No? Okay, we will move on to our next item. Item 5.2, staff report regarding application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw, Ward 10, to permit the continued use of an existing single detached home as a day nursery and private school and expansion of the facility to accommodate additional staff and students. Location 11499 Gore Road, and I will welcome Emma for staff presentation. Emma Mello from Building and Economic Development.
Good evening, members of the committee, city staff, and the public. My name is Emma DeMello, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the application under City File OZS-2022-0024 at 11499 The Gore Road. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by the owner 2537079 Ontario Inc. and the applicant CanDevCon Limited. Next slide, please. Subject property is located in Ward 10 at 11499 The Gore Road in the northeast part of Brampton. The nearest major intersection is the Gore Road and Countryside Drive, and the property is located north of Countryside Drive and east of the Gore Road. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses include, to the north, existing estate residential uses, and further north, environmental lands designated open space. To the east, there are lands designated estate residential, as well as environmental lands designated open space. Northeast of the subject property is the Marysfield neighborhood, which is a mature estate residential community. To the south of the property, there are upscale residential uses, and to the west, there is a commercial plaza at the corner of Squire Ellis Drive and the Gore Road, as well as upscale residential lots further west of the subject property. Next slide, please. These photos are taken looking north at the site. The subject property currently contains a one-story brick building with a gross floor area of 397 square meters, which is currently used for a private school and daycare use by way of a previous minor variance approval. Currently, access to the property is off of the Gore Road, and the property currently contains a total of 13 parking spaces. Next slide, please. On the west side of the Gore Road, at the corner of Squire Ellis Drive and the Gore Road, is the Shops of Wildfield Commercial Development, which serves the nearby upscale residential and estate community. The Gore Road was recently widened, as seen in the image on the right, by the Region of Peel from 2 to 4 lanes from approximately 200 meters north of Squire Ellis Drive. Next slide, please. The applicant's development proposal for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is to facilitate a 1,218.79 square meter extension to the existing brick building on the property and to permit a private school and daycare center use within the building. The extension to the existing brick building will result in a total enrollment of 110 students, along with 13 staff. The proposal also contains a total of 25 parking spaces. The property is currently being used for a private school and daycare use by way of a minor variance approval, and the applicant wishes to formalize these use permissions by way of this official plan and zoning amendment application. Next slide, please. These are renderings showing the built form of the proposed addition to the existing one-story brick building. The proposal has made use of materials such as masonry brick, stone, gray metal siding, and roof shingles to match the existing one-story building. Next slide, please. The official plan designates the property estate residential. and an amendment to the official plan is required to permit the proposed private school and daycare center uses, as this is currently not permitted in the official plan. Next slide, please. There's currently no secondary plan in effect for this subject property, so an amendment to a secondary plan is not required. But the property is located within the Toronto Gore Density Policy Review. The city undertook a policy review for the Toronto Gore area to identify character-defining elements of the Toronto Gore community and to identify policy options to protect this area. Toronto Gore is an area in Brampton that possesses unique qualities which are valued by the community. The draft study recommendations from the Toronto Gore Density Policy Review Study will be captured in Brampton's new draft official plan, which will endeavor to protect the uniqueness of this area and its defining characteristics that distinguish them from other residential areas in the city. Next slide, please. The current zoning for the property is Residential Rural Estate 2. This zone permits single detached dwellings or supportive housing residences. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to permit the proposed private school and daycare uses. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted a draft zoning bylaw amendment with the application. The table shown on the slide depicting some of the changes proposed for the amendment. The amendment includes the proposed use for the subject property, as well as minimum site statistics such as lot area, width, and depth. The maximum lot coverage proposed is 25%, which is less than the established parent zone, which is 33%. Next slide, please. Issues and opportunities for the development application include landscape screening, and other design elements to ensure the private school and daycare uses are appropriately screened from adjacent state residential uses. Noise attenuation measures to reduce noise impacts from the increased student enrollment, and protection of established rural estate residential character unique to the Toronto Gore community. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, the Provincial Policy Statement, the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel Official Plan, and the City of Brampton Official Plan, as well as the principles of the Brampton 2040 Vision. Next slide, please. This slide shows where the application currently stands in the development review process. We're currently at the public meeting stage. Staff will continue the review of the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments. Issues raised throughout the review of the application will be addressed in the recommendation report, and staff will advance a final recommendation report to Council for a decision. And staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation for this application. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will also be available online shortly. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself, my manager, or the applicant. Is Maria Jones from CanDevCon.
Okay, thank you very much.
7079 Ontario Inc.
Emma, you're breaking up, sorry. So through you, Mr. Chair, I think Emma has concluded her presentation. We do not have any registered delegates at this time. There is correspondence 11.3. Representatives from the applicant CanDevCon are present should there be any questions for clarification. I'll ask if there is anybody present tonight that wishes to come forward to address committee on this item. If there is, can you just raise your hand just so I can confirm that you're coming down to address the committee? And I don't see anybody to address committee on this item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to move the motion taken as read and receive the delegations. Anyone opposed? I see none. Motion carries. We now move on to item 5.3, application to amend the zoning bylaw draft plan subdivision, Ward 5, to permit a subdivision 23 single detached residential dwelling lots. And I will invite Ms. Natika Jaktiani. Welcome, Natika.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the public. My name is Natika Jaktiani, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Glenn Schnar and Associates on behalf of 13172589 Canada A. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in Ward 5 at 9224 and 9230 Credit View Road in the west part of Brampton. The nearest major intersection is Queen Street West and Credit View Road. And the property is located on the south side of Ingleborough Drive, and on the west side of Credit View Road. Next slide, please. The surrounding land uses include, to the north, single detached residential dwellings. To the south, Innismore Road, beyond which are single detached residential dwellings. Further south is a stormwater management pond. To the east is Credit View Road, beyond which are single detached residential dwellings. And to the west is single detached residential dwellings, beyond which is Intrigue Trail. Next slide, please. The purpose of this application is for a zoning bylaw amendment and for a draft plan of subdivision to facilitate a development of 23 single detached residential dwellings comprising of 10 single detached dwellings which will front onto Credit View Road and Innismore Road, 13 single detached common element condominium dwellings that are proposed within the west portion of the site, which will front onto a proposed condominium road. The lots will have frontages of 11.6, 12.8, 4.6, and 15.24 meters. A buffer block with an area of approximately 100 square meters and a road widening block. Next slide, please. This application will require an amendment to the zoning bylaw from agricultural A to site-specific amendment to permit the proposed residential uses. The official plan designates the property for residential. The residential designation permits residential land uses, including a full range of dwelling types, ranging from single detached houses to high-rise apartments. An amendment to the official plan is not required. Next slide, please. The Credit Valley Secondary Plan designates the property as low-density residential 1. The low-density residential 1 designation permits single detached structural units. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required. Next slide, please. The current zoning for the property is agricultural. The zone permits agricultural uses as defined in Section 5 of this bylaw, as well as non-agricultural uses such as single detached dwellings and group homes. However, an amendment to the zoning bylaw is required for the proposed residential development to accommodate 23 single detached dwellings. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes to amend the zoning bylaw from the current agricultural zone to site-specific residential zones, which reflect the draft plan of subdivision proposed dwelling types. As shown in the graphic, the applicant proposes to amend the zoning bylaw from the current agricultural zone to single detached R1E site-specific residential zones, which reflect the draft plan of subdivision proposed dwelling types. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, the application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement, Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel Official Plan, and the City of Brampton Official Plan. Next slide, please. At this time, preliminary issues that will need to be addressed include compatibility of the development with the existing residential community, the private road alignment to the single detached dwellings from Innismore Road instead of Credit View Road. Next slide, please. These issues and others will be raised in future recommendation report. The next steps in this application are staff will continue to review the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments, advance a final recommendation report to Council for a decision. Issues raised will be addressed in a recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, and/or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online. The presentation will be available online shortly. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself, my manager, or the applicant. The applicant is Colin Chung from Glenschnor & Associates Inc., representing the owner 13172589 Canada Inc. Next slide, please. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we do have some registered delegations. First is Colin Chung on behalf of the applicant to speak, and that'll be followed by Jasbir Singh, and then Samir Shah, and then the floor will be open if anybody else wishes to speak on this item. So Colin, you are in the session. You can address committee. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Committee. I was only asked to be delegated in case there were questions from the committee or the residents. So I don't have any particular addition to Nitika's presentation, which I believe she did a fantastic job of doing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registered delegate is Jasbir Singh. Is Jasbir present?
Sir, Jasbir Singh is not feeling well today. He has registered for multiple delegations.
Sorry.
My name is Samir Shah. I am the next delegate.
Okay.
So we can skip Jasbir ji. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council members, for providing this opportunity. And a big thank you to Nitika and the developer himself. I think this is the example, going back to previous discussion where we were saying that working with the public, working with the residents, we can do proper planning. And as far as I know, being in this community, I know what it has been done, original proposal, amendments, and where we are today. On behalf of Jasbir ji as well as myself and a couple other delegates here, the only point of request and clarification is around that one road and parking, which is condominium style parking. Originally, when I saw that, I thought maybe it was missed or somehow skipped, but it seems like that was done with some careful consideration. So the one point to take away is, can we relook at that? I understand from a developer's perspective that that might save some money or encouraging or rather facilitating little more number of houses to be built there. Thankfully, they are matching to the existing neighborhood, which is good. The last point is about the parking itself, which we still feel that it doesn't match with the existing neighborhood and can create parking problems, street parking, overnight parking, guest parking, and all sort of that. So that's the only point for this file, and thank you for providing this opportunity.
Mr. Chair, through you to the public in attendance, is there anybody else that wishes to address committee on this item? If so, you can just raise your hand, and then I'd ask you to please just sign in with the logbook next to Chandra, please.
I already have sent my delegation request for this one. Somehow my name was not there, but I can put my name there as well.
Please, that would be appreciated. Thank you. And if there's anyone else that wishes to speak on this item, you can come down to fill in the logbook and then wait for your turn to delegate to committee.
Thank you very much for the time. Samir has mentioned, very gracefully what our concerns are. Concerned because I represent Maybach Resident, Association, and there are so many other delegates were there, but I said, but this is not a biggest issue, so couple people should speak. Our concern is exactly the same what Samir has said. So we request that, you should look into this and remove that condominium, road and make the, as compatible to the other roads what we have in the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final ask, is there anyone else that wishes to speak to committee on this item? Seeing none, Mr. Chair, and there is correspondence, which is 11.11 in regard to this item for consideration.
Okay, are there any questions from members of the committee? I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councilor Vicente to move the presentation to receive the correspondence and delegations. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so statutory public meeting for this time is now finished. We now move on to item 5.4, application to amend the zoning bylaw, Gang and Walker Domes, holding 8265 Churchville Road, Ward 4, to facilitate the development of 30 single detached residential dwellings, 8265 Churchville Road, north of Steeles Avenue West, east of Credit View Road. And I will welcome Kelly Henderson.
Thank you. Good evening, committee members, members of the public, and city staff. Again, my name is Kelly Henderson, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application OZS 2022-0021 filed by Gang and Walker Domes on behalf of Essence Holdings, Inc. Next slide, please. The subject property is located within Ward 4 and municipally known as 8265 Churchville Road in the west part of Brampton. The nearest major intersection is Churchville Road and Steeles, and the property is located north of Steeles Avenue West and east of Credit View Road. Next slide, please. To the north of the subject property are natural heritage features and residential. To the east, we have residential and then the railway. To the south, we have more natural heritage features and residential, as well as to the west. The site is approximately 8.2 acres with a frontage of 161 meters along the north side of Churchville Road and a lot depth of 340 meters. Next slide, please. The subject application is a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for 30 single detached lots, a natural heritage system block, a buffer block, a parkette, a residential reserve block intended to provide vehicular and pedestrian access to 8261 Walnut Road, and a new local road terminating in a cul-de-sac. Next slide, please. The official plan designates the subject property as residential and open space. The residential designation permits a variety of residential uses, including single detached dwellings. No amendment is proposed. No amendment is required to facilitate this proposal. Next slide, please. The secondary plan designates the subject property as low density residential 1 and primary valley land. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required to facilitate the proposal. Next slide, please. The subject property is within an existing block plan. The block plan identifies the subject property as future residential. At this point in time, a block plan amendment is not being required. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned as agricultural. This zone permits agricultural uses as defined in Section 5 of the bylaw, as well as non-agricultural uses such as a single detached dwelling and group homes. A zoning bylaw amendment is required to facilitate the proposal. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes to amend the zoning bylaw from the current agricultural zone to site-specific residential zone that reflects the proposed draft plan of subdivision. Most notably here are the lot frontages, which are proposed to be 11.6 meters, 12.5 meters, and 12.7 meters. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated against the provincial policy statement, the Planning Act, and within conformity for the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel official plan, the City of Brampton official plan, and the Credit Valley secondary plan. Next slide, please. At this time, preliminary issues that will need to be addressed include the appropriate buffer to the natural heritage features, the appropriateness of the lot frontages, how best to integrate the proposed subdivision with the existing community, and the proposed park design. These issues and any others that are raised will be addressed in a future recommendation report. Next slide, please. So we are currently at the public meeting application of the process. Staff will continue to review the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments received. Prior to advancing a recommendation report to Council, any issues that are raised will be addressed within that recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of any interest in monitoring the application. Next slide, please. The report for tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself, and my information is available on the slide, as well as Mark Denardis, who is representing the applicant. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know, City Clerk, we have delegations.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are a number of delegations. I think there's approximately 17 registered at this point. But first, we have a presentation from the applicant, Mark Denardis, on behalf of Danielle Walker Domes. Mark, you are in the session, and we'll bring up your presentation momentarily. And you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee once we bring up your presentation. You can begin, Mark.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, members of the public, city staff. My name is Mark Denardis. I'm a planning associate from GWD Planners. We act as planning associate to Essence Homes Limited, who is the registered owners of the property. Next slide, please. So just quick, some highlights about the subject site. So it has a total area of 3.32 hectares, 8.2 acres, and it has a frontage of 161 meters or 528 feet on Churchville Road, 340 meters along Walnut Road. Existing use, the south half of the subject site is occupied by vacant detached residential dwelling and accessory buildings. The north half of the subject site is mainly composed of a manicured lawn area with grouping of trees flanking the lot limits. The south and southeast limits of the subject property is composed of a manicured lawn and a treed area. Walnut Road is a two-lane private road having a length of 305 meters or 1,000 feet and is situated along the eastern property limits. In 2009, the property was listed within the city's Heritage Municipal Register of Cultural Heritage Resources. Next slide, please. So this is just a bird's eye view looking northeast, and we've identified the property, and you can see that much of the residential development that's happened in the last 10 to 15 years. Next slide, please. So this slide here is very important, and it ties into what I guess the first statutory public item regarding the block plan amendment. So block plan for the sub-area 45-6 was adopted on September 15th, 2010 via official plan amendment OP 2006-050. The amendment established the principles and policies for this sub-area. Our office has served as the block plan planner for this area since 2007. And the original block plan contemplated a total of 5 development parcels. And that is the plan that you see on the left side here with the red highlight. So you can see as many as 5 parcels were identified back then. And to date, 2 of the 5 areas have been developed with subdivisions. There was the initial subdivision developed by Sequoia Walnut Grove Limited, which facilitated 70 single detached homes. And then there was the more recent Eldorado Estates subdivision that brought forward 17 detached residential dwellings, and that's on the southwest corner, number 4. And then on the far left is a schedule that forms part of the, I guess, well, it's long-standing, but in force 2010 cost-sharing agreement. So you can tell that even back some 12 years ago, we had already foresaw where the lands were to be developed. Of the 34 hectares that forms part of this sub-area, only about 18 hectares of it, so roughly 50%, actually has development potential, and 2 of the 5 have already been developed. Next slide, please. So in 2007, a block plan concept was advanced by our office, and it contemplated about 30 detached homes on 8265 Churchville Road. And you can see that even back then we had identified those 5 parcels. The one in green was the Sequoia Grove, which was really the first application to come forward. And the expectation was that in the fullness of time, each applicant would come forward on a site-by-site basis. And that's what you've already seen with number 4. And now that's what you're seeing tonight on number 2. The plan you see on the right side of this slide was a very early concept that our office advanced. You can tell that even back then we had envisioned where the development would occur, the very conceptual road network that was proposed, and it really hasn't differed too far from this plan, even though it was some 15 years ago. Next slide, please.
Mark,
And so this is an aerial.
Mark, just a reminder, you have 30 seconds left.
Oh, wow. So this is an aerial photo of the Sequoia Grove Homes subdivision, 2007 and 2021. Next slide. This is the El Dorado Estates, 17 detached homes. Next slide. This is a very important slide here. This is the preliminary home buyers map that Sequoia was to hang in their sales office. We prepared this plan, and there's a very important note that was on that plan. It identifies that the lands on Walnut Road to the west could have been developed for future single detached development, and that's exactly what's being brought forward tonight. So the residents who bought units in El Dorado, or sorry, in Sequoia, would have been notified even back then. Next slide. This is our proposed draft plan of subdivision for El Dorado. You can see the environmental features, the buffer, and the park block. Everything in red and purple are the single detached homes. Next slide. This is the proposed landscape master plan. So probably about 40% of the property is going to be deeded over to the municipality, and that's the environmental block, the buffer block, and ultimately the park block. Slide, please. These are some precedent images and the vision that our client has for the detached homes. They're of a contemporary inspired executive housing design, and we are engaging the same control architect that was engaged by both El Dorado and Sequoia. Next slide. There is a heritage impact assessment that has been submitted and is currently under review. These are just some photos of the interior of the dwelling as it exists today. Next slide. This is the full list of studies, plans, and reports that have been submitted in support of the applications and are currently under review. Slide. In terms of next steps, no decisions will be made this evening. A future city staff recommendation report will be considered by planning committee. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there is a lengthy list of delegates. They're pre-registered before we'll open the floor to anybody else that wishes to speak. The first delegation has been from Stephanie Tadeo. Is Stephanie here? And Stephanie is not online, so I just want to confirm Stephanie's not here. If not, then we do have a bit of a change in the order of the delegates for this item. The first delegate is Tushar Mahandra. And I think we have a presentation and possibly a few videos to play.
Maybe you want to read out those after so they can restart lining up.
Yeah. After Tushar will be Samantha Paria and Rohan Parland, followed by Sally Fasulo, Satvir Hundal, Dhruvi Patel, Manish Patel, Suki Bediran, and Tushar Mahandra. That will be the order, and then we'll go to others that are registered.
So for those speaking, just for time's sake, if you can come up and line up, so we're not waiting, and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Tushar Mahandra from 8307 Credit View, neighborhood of historical El Dorado Mills, and I'm a member of Credit Valley Residents Association. Thank you for your time and effort in listening to what I have to say today. I will start with an Aboriginal quote: "Look after the land and the land will look after you. Destroy the land and the land will destroy you." The first video will take us to the site of the proposed area, and I appreciate the conversion of the videos. Could you please play the first video, please? Councillors and planners may not have visited it, so please take a tour with me today.
So Kieran, if you can please give me presenter. And there are 3 videos. I believe one is...
That's video 1 I'm asking to play.
Okay, one's labeled birds, one's labeled deer, the other is labeled...
Birds.
Birds, okay.
Yeah. This is what we're fortunate enough to wake up to every morning. You can Let's go back to the pictures. This is what we are fortunate to see and marvel at the beauty and bounty of nature every day.
Sorry. I mean, so you want to go back to the
I
presentation?
want to go back to the pictures.
Okay, you just have to give us time if we're going to go back
Sure,
and forth,
yeah,
because
yeah.
the platform won't allow for
Yes, that's
things to go.
okay.
So,
Yeah.
Kieran, can you give presentation back to Charlotte, please?
I'll just play the videos at the end now, just to avoid this. Next slide, please. That's a blue jay there. We cheer at the team. Let's cheer at the real thing. Next picture, please. That's, sorry, the pictures are so really small. They're turkeys in my backyard. That's a garter snake. I love snakes. Okay. They're really harmless. Okay, next slide, please. Next picture. That's turkey again in my neighbor's yard. Next picture, please. And when you see turkeys, you don't see one. That's deer. We all are fortunate enough to have deer, multiple deer in our backyard. Next picture, please. That's a white-belted kingfisher. That's in my home. Okay, next picture, please. You see my home? Yeah, so right there, please. Right there, thank you. The Planning Act of Ontario says the minister, the council of a municipality, a local board, a planning board, and the tribunal in carrying out their responsibilities under this act shall have regard to, among other matters, of provincial interest, such as the protection of ecological systems, including natural areas, features, and functions. By definition, an ecological system is a grouping of all living organisms that can include vegetation, animals, all kinds of animals, right from fishes, birds, reptiles, and everything else. Next picture, please. I would like to discuss a study presented by the builder, specifically the Arborist Report. In a nutshell, it says 147 trees will need to be cut to accommodate for this construction. And 337 new trees will have to be planted to compensate for the cut trees. As per the laws, if a tree is not able to be planted due to the scope of construction, the scope of the project, $500 is the compensation fee paid by the builder to the city of Brampton per tree. My question is, how is that fee justifying loss of tree cover for wildlife? What steps does the city take with $500 to rehabilitate wildlife in that area? These trees took hundreds of years to grow. How will this be compensated with $500? $500 is insufficient, does not compensate the residents and the wildlife for the loss of tree cover and the associated loss of habitat. This policy must be reviewed. Another independent third-party report should be carried out by an arborist with resident feedback that is not paid by the builder. There is potential for bias with a report that is paid for by the builder. Picture 6, next picture, please. It's the site project. You can keep going. That's a blue heron. That's in a sort of a swamp in another neighbor's backyard. Keep going, please. I don't think this is not the updated. Sorry, this is not the updated presentation. My presentation had a picture of the proposed site plan. Can you get me my USB? I updated it. And Tammy Jackson acknowledged receiving the updated presentation. Could you please play it from my USB?
So Kieran, can you please give me the presenter, and we'll play the 2 remaining videos, please? There's one called Turkey Vulture and one called Deer. Is there one in particular?
Yeah, you could play both of them while we're waiting for her to update. That's right across the proposed construction site. Keep looking. Keep looking, you'll be amazed. Just look at the wingspan there. That's a turkey vulture. I think we humans have to be looking at this just to know what is out there. This is where, this is at, almost at our property line. Houses that front onto Credit View. This is the construction site, where proposed construction site.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, that's it.
So Kieran, if you can give the presenter back to Charlotte, please.
Yeah, that one. Thank you. Thank you. The project dimensions, I thought they were 10 acres. Sorry, I didn't have a planner. I heard it was 8.6 acres. It looks like post-proposed construction, the green space will be 1/3 of what it is right now. Please take a moment to imagine if 100,000 humans inhabit 10 acres, now the land is divided, and 6 acres is given to another species. Humans only have 3 acres to live. What's going to happen? It will lead to inability to thrive, migration, and death. This is what will happen to wildlife, both vegetation and animals, if this proposed plan gets accepted in this form. I would like to take up another study by the builder, environmental implication study. Page 8 of that report calculates for setbacks from the riverbank. So in this, just to let you know, the green strip that you see, the inside line, not towards the proposal, the other side, is the top of the riverbank. And they've put a setback of 10 meters. Just as a reminder, the setback should be 30 meters for endangered species. And further calculations are needed for other things such as soil erosion and other wildlife allowance. In this case, just because there is no physical presence of the river at the time of the physical examination, they've deemed that it is piped and therefore shortened it to 10 meters. So 10 meters is the setback that the environmental implication study has calculated. I request a recalculation because not only has it shortened the setback, it has also bunched up 3 things: soil erosion, wildlife preservation, and an endangered species into 10 meters. This cannot be correct. A third-party independent report should be prepared with citizen resident involvement and feedback. The current proposal is not in compliance of Section 2A of the Planning Act. The picture that I put up before, stating the Planning Act, the council of a municipality carrying out their responsibilities shall have regard to protection of all ecological systems. Council, I implore you to please have regard to all protection of all ecological systems. The current proposal is not in compliance with Section 6.1.4, next slide please, of Credit Valley Secondary Plan as applicable to El Dorado Mills. Next slide, please. Section 6, yes, this one, please, thank you. Considering that El Dorado Mills is a historical settlement area, limited development may be permitted. So the council does not have to agree to build anything in El Dorado Mills. Just because there is land doesn't mean it has to be built. I request you to consider this very carefully, as this is not in the best interest of any residents in that area right now, as well as for future residents. Please let us develop in such a way that our future generations are also able to marvel at the beauty and bounty of nature in this area. Thank you.
The next delegate is Samantha Periani. And just bring up your presentation. Samantha Periani, you're presenting on behalf of Rohan?
Rohan Periana.
The under 6.2. further down. It looks like we may need your USB key.
Yep, this is it. All right, thank you. Good evening, counselors and fellow community members. My name is Samantha Periana, and I am here on behalf of my father, Rohan Periana. I live at 8282 Churchville Road. I have been a resident of this unique community for almost 20 years. At the time, it had a very modest population of only a handful of residences. No streetlights, no city water, no sewer, no gas hookups, no sidewalks, and very little vehicular traffic. It was a community full of vibrant wildlife, tranquil surroundings. It was and still is a community of great heritage significance, a community also known as El Dorado Mills. Tonight, I have elected to cover our vibrant heritage culture. I specifically want to bring this issue to your attention because it's becoming more evident to our elected officials, councilors, leaders, and developers who have no regard for our rich heritage sites. To begin, Brampton is extremely fortunate and unique municipality with abundance of heritage significance. We in the El Dorado Mills community are even more fortunate to have the lion's share of some of the most prestige heritage sites. Some of these sites include, next slide please, the Wiley Bridge, also known as the Bowstring Bridge, built in 1924. This bridge has only one lane, which is in keeping with a modest population. Next slide, please. Churchville Cemetery. This tranquil site will be celebrating its 200th anniversary this September. Next slide, please. Camp Nevald, founded in 1925. In 2010, Brampton City Council passed a heritage designation bylaw under the Ontario Heritage Act, recognizing Camp Nevald's significant cultural heritage value. Next slide, please. Bonnie Braes, built in the early 1840s. A 2007 Heritage Report described Bonnie Braes as a landmark property. Next slide, please. In this picture, you will see the tremendous visual aesthetic value known as the tree-lined way. Next slide, please. Which finally brings me to 8265 Churchville Road, listed on record as a Dutch colonial-style home. I have had the honor to gaze at this amazing home for the past 20 years. Every time I open my front doors, the permanent plaque placed in center front reads 1916. Next slide, please. Like Bonnie Brae's, this building is too surrounded by picturesque settings and nestles among the finest mature tree canopies in Brampton. It too has an adjacent alleyway line bolted with magnificent tag mature walnut trees. In and around 2009, this property was listed within Municipal Register of Cultural Heritage Board and through support of a listing candidate summary report, LCSR. The City of Brampton record indicates that the home located this property acts like a landmark and has the following features. 1, it is a Dutch colonial style home. 2, it has a cultural heritage value due to its design physical values and contextual values. And 3, the house is surrounded by dense and mature vegetation. In Section 9.4, the Credit Valley Secondary Plan, lines 4 through 8 states, "The council shall obtain the recommendation of Brampton Heritage Board as to whether the existing building should be retained, removed, or can be demolished." Furthermore, Brampton Heritage Board listed this property as heritage property in 2009. The current proposal is not in compliance with Section 2D on the Planning Act. The current proposal is not in compliance with Section 6.1.4 of the Credit Secondary Plan as applicable to El Dorado Mills area. It is with these said features in mind that I propose the council and its elected members fight like hell to preserve this site as a heritage site, the same way your predecessors fought to preserve Bonnie Brae's. And if you do, you will have the entire El Dorado Mills and surrounding communities fighting with you. Thank you.
The next delegation is from Sally Fasulo, and we'll just bring up your presentation in a moment.
I've lived here for over 12 years. I have a lot that is 300 feet wide in the front, 184.5 in the back, and 300 feet deep. Next slide, please. Can you build that up a bit, please? My neighbor to the north of me has an even bigger lot. My neighbor next to me has 143 feet. The one next to him, 130 feet, 130, 121, 149. On Churchville Road, my neighbors have 118-foot wide lot, 158-foot wide, 252 feet wide. The builder states that the proposal accommodates single detached lots of a width, depth, and configuration that is consistent with the surrounding area. That is a blatant lie, when the Credit Valley Secondary Plan clearly states that the new development shall be compatible with the scale and character of the historical settlement area. How can they then propose to put a bunch of 38-foot lots adjacent to us? Can you please explain this to me? How is this new proposal compatible with the existing properties and houses? I would be losing all my privacy, especially since the land is elevated. These people's homes would all look down at my house and have a perfect view into my large bedroom window. Can you ensure me that there isn't a creepy guy looking into mine or my 3 daughters' bedrooms? Just because the land is there does not mean you have to build on it. Next slide, please. Well, that's the wrong picture. But anyways, I have seen on many occasions great big turtles on my property. They usually always come from Walnut Road. These turtles have made this place their home for many, many years. Last year, we drove along Credit View Road and saw a turtle that got hit by a car. Her eggs were strewn all across the road. This just isn't right. Next slide. This beautiful great horned owl, which has a wingspan of 6 feet, had 2 beautiful babies on the tree out in front of my home. Do you just not care about these beautiful creatures? Next slide. I have always had daily visits from deer, sometimes 7 or 8 deer at a time. Deer are always in the backyard. You are destroying their habitat. This is not the proper place to build a new subdivision. Next slide. These turkeys, they're there I see them all the time. They're slowly dwindling. I don't know if you know this, but at nighttime they fly up onto the trees for protection from predators, and that's where they sleep. And you're trying to take down their trees, which is ridiculous. Next slide. I can no longer ride my bicycle on my own street because of the traffic. My neighbor recently had to throw himself and his dog into the ditch to avoid being hit by a car. It's only a matter of time before a kid gets hit. I have to drive my dog into Mississauga to walk her because it is so unsafe to walk along Credit View Road with no sidewalks and so much traffic. I pay over $12,000 a year for property taxes, and I can't even go for a walk on my own street. And now you want to add more homes, which will create more traffic? Please listen to the residents of Eldorado Mills. I constantly see cars parked on the side of the Credit View Road. We have to maneuver into the lane of oncoming traffic just to get around the parked cars. The traffic is already brutal on our lovely Heritage Road. This new proposal will just increase the traffic. Please, Councillor, we are the residents of Eldorado Mills. Listen to the people who voted you in. Please consider our ballot points. Finally, I will say this to the councillors. You are custodians of our city. You are our custodians. Please do not breach our trust in you and this great institution of our councillors. Good night.
The next delegate is Satvir Hundal.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you my presentation on the privacy. Maybe these are the next two presentations. It's been submitted. It is. Yes, I'm an ash. It is already in the text.
Called privacy.
It's privacy.
Satvir Hundal. I don't think she's in there.
It's from Manash. He emailed it.
So please go ahead. I just want to advise that the clerk's office hasn't received these prior to.
It was
No.
emailed by Manash.
It was emailed by Manash before the meeting?
Yes.
I have confirmation. You should have.
Okay, I don't recognize this presentation that's been submitted, but please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. So thank you for having me here today to speak on behalf of the Churchville area of, I live on Fairmont Close, I'm number 18, so I back onto the new subdivision that's being proposed here. My concern really is around privacy. Can move on to the next. So when, you can move on to the next slide as well. So when it comes to privacy, we want to just make sure that you are considering that there are only, you're considering the subdivision that's being proposed and the privacy of the neighbors around the surroundings of that subdivision. If you move on to the next slide. So as you can see, there's 30 homes that are being proposed right now. And you take a look at Fairmont Close, there's only 10 homes that back onto those 30 homes. If you take a look at the home right onto the left top corner, that home right now is going to have 12 people looking into their home. If you take a look at the homes that are further down the street, in the middle of the street, they're going to have another, homes from 17 all the way to 24 looking into their homes. We're going to have traffic now going through there. We're going to have people driving through. We're going to have security cameras that are going to be on all of those homes now, looking into our homes. We're not going to have any of the privacy that we currently have. So you can move on. So right now, like I just mentioned, home numbers 4 to 22, which is 10 homes, will now have 10, behind those 10 homes, you will end up with the 30 homes that are being proposed. On to the next. The other concern that we have is the elevation. If you take a look at our homes right now, they're walkout basements, so all of these homes are very high. The proposed ground where the new homes are going to be coming in, it's much lower than our current homes. So again, to the next slide. So again, just discussing, as we mentioned, there's security cameras that people will have facing onto now our backyards into our homes. We'll have traffic going through that back area. That will, again, we have no control over who's videotaping us in our homes to the back of us. Right now, I have 3 little girls that are at home. They're always in the backyard on the deck. So thinking of them, we don't know who's going to be videotaping them because we don't have any privacy now. There is a road back there, Walnut, but there's barely any traffic that goes through there. It's a single lane road. And right now, if you propose this new subdivision, I won't have any idea who's looking in at my kids. Again, we've just discussed about the cell phones. So what we're proposing is just reasonable privacy. We understand that if there are homes that are going to be built, 30 homes is drastic. The amount of homes that are going to come in there it should be a reasonable comparison to the homes that we currently have there. On to the next. The other concern we have now is snow removal. Our area doesn't have any sidewalks. The new subdivision coming in has no sidewalks again. Where will all that extra snow now be going into? Our backyards in order to clear off Walnut Grove. So going on to a safety concern that happened a few years back. There was a subdivision that there was a fire that occurred. We feel that there's no safety in and out of this whole area as it is. It's very congested. The amount of traffic that we currently have, if cars are parked on the streets there now, considering how many, the area that we're actually now proposing to pull in all of these homes. If you turn on to the next page, there was the 20 homes that were in this area that actually were burnt down. There was a little boy that lost his life. So our concern is, again, safety. We're going to want to make sure that it's easy for fire access in and out of our subdivision. And lastly, is the school capacity. When I moved into this neighborhood in 2013, my kids were put into El Dorado. That school had overflown, and then Churchville was created. So my kids now go over to Churchville. Kids now that are moving into our subdivision are going to other schools such as Ingleboro, Laurenville, Copeland. These schools are way out of our subdivision now. If you add in additional homes, how are you going to deal with the amount of students that are going to be in this area? And busing is a big concern because, remember, there's no sidewalks in this area. So for students to be walking on the street, the amount of traffic that is in that area, I know that my kids actually fall into a location where after grade 1, they're expected to walk to school. There's no sidewalks for them to walk to school right now. I drop them off. That's the only way of getting them to and fro from school. Lastly, is the property valuation. We want to make sure that whatever you're proposing for this area, we would like the councillors to consider that they are similar to what we currently have in the area, that we are able to ensure that all of the public is safe and that our children are actually the ones that we have to think about in the future because there are no sidewalks in that area. That's all. Thank you.
The next delegate is Dhruvi Patel.
Sustainability. Sustainability.
Is there another one on the USB called sustainability? Yeah. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Dhruvi Patel, and I'm a resident of Brampton, living on Fairmont Close, and also part of the Credit Valley Residents Association. The builder has submitted a sustainability score report, which was prepared by their consultants hired by the builder, which is available for everyone to see on the City of Brampton website. On the next few slides, I'm going to go over some key aspects of the report. Next slide. First, I'd like to begin. Sorry, next slide. I'd like to point out the overall sustainability score highlighted in yellow, which is 37 out of 122. This achieves a bronze threshold. This is merely 30%. I'm a university student, and anything under a 50% on my exams is a fail. As students, we are held to higher standards in terms of education. As students, we are held to higher standards in terms of education than developers are for planning and executions of entire communities. I would also like to point out that the proposal states that there are constraints to achieving a greater score on account of the land uses established by the area, secondary plan, block plan, and natural cultural heritage features, and it goes on to state that minimum and aspirational targets will need to be reevaluated throughout the process and at the implementation stage of the project. What this shows me is that they aren't being proactive in avoiding issues, but rather dealing with them as they occur. Next slide, please. So the sustainability report itself submitted by the applicant shows how low the score is. I would also like to talk about what the city's vision is for the upcoming years. The city talks about Vision 2040-2050, how they want Brampton to evolve and grow, and the developer talks about bronze standards. So the city wants Brampton to grow, but the developer is doing the bare minimum required, which is achieving bronze threshold. The Peel region has a vision called Vision Zero, which is about road safety, and their plan is to have zero fatal and injury collisions for all road users, whereas the developer is adding more traffic and using an outdated traffic impact study from 2008. The city talks about urban forest management, whereas the developer talks about cutting 370 trees in greenbelt and conservation areas. This would include bushes, vegetation, and so on. I want to ask the councillors if this is a good proposal for development, if it is sustainable, and if it is in line with Brampton's vision. The present sustainability summary score should be independently verified by the city, as after doing approximately 30 reports, it only achieved 30%. Next slide, please. You can read everything highlighted in yellow, but just to point out, roads are signed to encourage bicycle use. Sidewalks and boulevards are not currently envisioned for Churchville Road or this segment of Credit View Road. Motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists will therefore need to exercise caution and diligence when traveling on area roads. And again, this is directly from the summary report given by the builder. The report itself states the warning for pedestrians and cyclists, which the traffic impact study completely misses since it was created in 2008. The highlighted portion contradicts the Peel region's Vision Zero road and safety plan, specifically with emphasis on Area 5 and 6, which mentions both pedestrians and cyclists. Next slide, please. I want to point out, it says that post-development drainage is meant to mimic pre-development conditions to the extent possible, and also that due to the proposed changes in land use, some increase in runoff potential is expected. Since this is going to be an infill project, it is definitely going to alter the natural topography of the land. Development is going to take away significant capacity of the soil to absorb the rainwater. So due to this reason, a separate floodplain analysis should be ordered, as houses behind the development may receive significant increased amount of rainwater in case of heavy or stormy downpour. And additionally, the natural topography of the land makes houses on Credit View more susceptible for heavy runoff water. Next slide, please. I would like to point out, as residents of this area, we're not against development altogether, but oppose this kind of development, which will have more costs and benefits to the environment and its current residents. We request the council to thoroughly review and thoughtfully consider the application. Aside from the reports and statistics, if you were to evaluate the proposal using merely logic, it still does not add up. Thank you for your time.
The next registered delegate is Manesh Patel.
Yeah, thank you. You can go to traffic impact study, TIS. Very good. Thank you. Good evening, neighbors. Good evening, councillors, mayors, and the chairperson. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak out. Traffic impact study is one of the report I read through. The sole purpose of the traffic impact study is safety, involving every element of it, whether it's a car, pedestrian, drivers, roads. And the second biggest element it has is planning. It helps in doing a better planning. Planning also actually contributes to the safety. So the entire report is supposed to be there for the safety. That's the key soul of this report. Let's begin. So builder has submitted a 41-page traffic impact study. The major part of this report was done in 2008. So they just added a supplement to it. We live in 2022 today, 14 years ahead. Okay, here the fun begins. So the residents head of the community had a residents' position on the TIS that the report has no weightage and zero reliability. TIS does not meet the existing traffic issue the present community is facing. The future community is going to face that, and development proceeds ahead in any way, form or shape. It needs to be critically analyzed. The residents' position is that the TIS is not based on the ground facts, and the TIS has the following issue problems. Next slide, please. So the highlighted yellow road, that's what we are talking about. You see a red square there, that's an empty land, and you see a couple of blue circles. Those are the critical intersections, all we're going to discuss about throughout this report. Next slide. This is the initiative by Region of Peel, started in 2018. It's a Vision Zero Road Safety Strategic Planning. It is the key element for the safety of everybody involved, which the traffic study does not even mention about, because it was done in 2008 when this was not there. Next slide, please. And please note the two areas, Area 5 and Area 6. It's about pedestrian and cyclist. Okay, here we go. So in around 2018, Region of Peel started a Vision Zero Road Safety Strategic Plan. The builder report submitted to the City Council failed to incorporate the requirements of VZRSP because the VZRSP was in 2018, but the builder relied on the report done in 2008. The pedestrian and cyclist are the two main emphasis area under the new Vision Zero Safety Plan. The builder reports fail to address the presence of current risk to the pedestrian and cyclist as it is required by the Vision Zero plan. In the region of Peel, there is a Vision Zero task force that is responsible for the implementing and overseeing overall success of the road safety strategic planning. There is no input or consent from this task force on this report. Under the Planning Act, Section 2H and 2F, the council and the city planner shall ensure the orderly development of the safe communities and the adequate transportation. The pedestrian in the existing community are compelled to walk on the road on the Churchville Road along with the vehicular traffic, which creates a serious safety issue for the pedestrian. This is because there are no walkways, sidewalks, no shoulders. There is no space to walk except on the road itself. The TIS does not even touch this issue. Next slide, please. In the 41-page TIS report, the word safety is not even mentioned once. It is 0 times the word safety occurs. In the 41-page TIS report, the word cyclist are mentioned 0. In the 41-page TIS report, the word walkway is mentioned 0 times. In the 41-page TIS report, the word shoulder does not even appear. It is 0 again. 41-page TIS report, there are hidden driveways on the Churchville roads, completely missing. 31-page TIS report has failed to recognize the presence of pedestrian and those who are required to walk on the road because of there are no walkways. The TIS indicates that there is either no pedestrian or 0 pedestrian on the street, and that is absolutely false. Everybody living here, you can ask them, is there any pedestrians on the road or no? Okay, next slide, please. For the above reason, in the TIS, the residents of this community opposes the creation of the subdivision. Before the subdivision is allowed, the following should happen. That's what our opinions are. Lots of data in the present report has been assumed reference from 2008 report. City should get an independent study done to verify the assumptions made under the old report are still valid. Do they held validity as of today or no? As in 2008, surrounding neighborhoods were either farms or filled. 95% of the people sitting here did not exist at that time. That time, Credit View Road used to be a very peaceful road. There was no through traffic on the Credit View Road, which you will still see today. A lot of through cars just connecting from Queen to Steeles. Okay? The City of Brampton and the Region of Peel should ensure and should provide and meet the safety standard requirement to be in place for the pedestrians. That is the utmost required. Safety is the soul of this report. After the above mentioned points are achieved, a builder should submit another TIS from unbiased consultant, or city should pick one, I would say, and should be presented to the community for a review. The new TIS should be shared with the resident, same thing. Can you go to the next slide, please? Look the picture very carefully. Definitely it is taken from the internet, but this is the exact situation of the Churchville Road we are facing nowadays. Okay, those who are living in the area, they know really well what I'm talking about. Okay, all visitors on the 6 houses, new houses being proposed on the Churchville Road, okay, will be parking on the Churchville Road, literally shutting down the lane. Okay, in case of any big cultural festival or a family event, the cars will be parked, converting literally into a one-way situation. All snow will be pushed out onto Churchville Road because they are having a very smaller lots, which makes walking, driving absolutely unsafe. 80 to 54 Churchville Road in particular is going to have almost 5 houses in front of her. Think about 10 cars parked in front of your house or any parking done parallel to the houses. In moving their own car in and out from their own property will be a nightmare. And another most important, what about emergency situations? Next slide, please. Some facts I found on the Planning Act. Okay, Para 2 F states that the adequate provision and efficient use of communication, transportation, sewage and water services and water and waste management systems. Whereas here we are missing sidewalks, narrow roads, congested roads, no shoulders, no street lights. Para 2H, 1H.1 states the orderly development of the safe and healthy community. Safety, again, we are missing the soul of the report here. The accessibility for the person with disability. It is mentioned in the Planning Act. It is difficult for a regular human being in the night or in a dark to walk on those roads because there are no lights at all. It is absolutely unsafe, and everyone who has walked on that road will have an incident to share with you for sure. And Para 2M, the coordination of planning activities between the public bodies.
Well
I'm done.
past the 5 minutes. So
Done, almost done.
Thank you.
The coordination of planning activities, here there is no input from the Vision Zero task force at all. So there is no coordination here. So honestly, we are not paranoid or against the development, but we want something better in terms of development. I will request council, please, 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 you can have as many technical reports as you want. Use your common sense to evaluate every single report. Experts say anything they like. They don't deal with day-to-day situation. Residents do. Thank you very much.
The next registered delegate is Suki Badwan.
Wait till the last delegations, Mayor Brown, thank you. Is it for the last delegation? Okay, go ahead.
Manesh, can I get you back up there? Thank you, Manesh. And so I had the opportunity to listen to residents in someone's garage on this topic.
Yes.
And I know one of the biggest frustrations was about the lack of consultation and what it meant for privacy and traffic.
Yeah.
How would you have liked council to done things differently in terms of consultation? What type of consultation and input, given this is the public meeting stage, what greater voice would you like to have in the process, knowing that it hasn't gone to council yet?
I totally understand. Thank you very much, Patrick, for giving an opportunity here, okay? I totally understand this is not approved yet. but the kind of development proposed with the situation being present. The lady showed you a slide with the privacy. I'll start from there. There is one house who has 12 houses in the backyard with the elevation difference where you can actually sit and watch the bedrooms. That is why the lady wanted to present that. Think about a situation like that. Typically, you have a backyard to backyard, which is, we are okay with that. We are not against development. But privacy is a big issue. Now, those houses are going to have security systems and cameras on their driveways, which literally faces the bedroom. Nowadays, every single simplest security system camera, go on a Costco, go on a Best Buy website, have a viewing angle of 110 to 135 degrees. Night capabilities, recording capabilities, zoom in, you name a function, they have it.
Now,
This is a nightmare.
Now, Manish, has there been an attempt to meet with the residents about your
No,
concerns?
no. That would be the best actually if they would have done that. What sort of development we would like to see in the area, rather than you have a houses with 200 and 300 and 150 square feet frontages, you are putting 35 feet houses there.
Okay.
It doesn't match.
Okay.
There is one more thing actually I would like to do, is there is no study done ever in the world. When you put two disproportionate developments side by side, what is the social impact? What is the economical impact? Nobody knows that. We just push it out, that's it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Manish, and that's important for us to understand where there's frustrations about the lack of ability to give input.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, we work for you, and I appreciate you being so
Thank you.
passionate about your concerns. And I think evidence that so many people are here tonight and so many people were in that garage speaks to the fact that you've got a message that we need to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Love, thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Council.
The next delegate is Suki Bedwan. No. Sorry. You had your opportunity to speak. We have other people that have registered to speak. Thank you. Suki, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Suki Bedwan. I live at the address of 8288 Churchville Road. Across the street where this development and the proposal, I should not say development yet, it's a proposal which is coming up. I took the opportunity to read almost many reports. There are 40 reports. I have some technical background. I deal with the expert reports. When I read at the expert reports, one thing is common. One common thread in all the reports. It's missing the factual basis on the ground. The builder does not have boots on the ground. They probably never went to the site. They have only dollar value. So that is the main problem this all expert reports have. I will get into, the question is, I will phrase this question. Is this proposal in compliance with the law, requirement of the law? I would say no. This present proposal, if it goes ahead, will be in breach of Section 2 of the Planning Act and also the special provisions of Credit Valley Secondary Plan, Section 6. Can you go to next page, please? No, I will start with the next page, yes, because I don't have enough time. So you have on your screen Credit Valley Secondary Plan, Section 6.1, which deals with El Dorado Mills. I'm going to read Section 6.1.1, and what it says. What it says is this: new development shall be compatible with the scale and character of the historic settlement area. When it says new development shall, it doesn't say maybe, shall be. Now I will read in section 6.1.4, it says, considering that El Dorado Mills is historically a settlement area, limited development may be permitted. It doesn't say shall be permitted. So may be permitted by this council, provided it is demonstrated by all those studies, there's an ecological function, natural heritage, all those are preserved. So let's analyze this. Is ecological function being preserved? No, you heard the evidence. I'm not going to repeat this. Is natural heritage being preserved? No. I'm not going to repeat that. What is important in this subsection 6.1.14? It says, even if builder comes with all the perfect reports, the city planner and the city council can still deny it and save yourself from litigation because it says may. It's a discretion on your part. So that's what I'm here to remind. Can you go to next page, please? So you saw this slide earlier. So it shows Churchville Road. There are 3 houses facing north and the subdivision facing south. You see there's house, address is 8254. It has a frontage of 252 feet. What builder is proposing? To build 6 houses in front of one house. On a street which is only 30 feet wide, on which there is no sidewalks, there's no street lights. Imagine you have 6 houses in front of your house, your house, your house. Imagine you have 12 cars, official 12 cars. I'm not talking about parking, gas and everything, without sidewalks. This is not in compliance. So it says about, let me go back briefly to the scale issue. It says shall be compatible with the scale and character. When we talk about scale, it's a mathematical concept. Does 252 feet mathematically can have another 5 houses in front of us? It does not make mathematical sense. The proposal does not make mathematical sense. It does not make logical sense. It does not make common sense. The present proposal, we heard a builder representative earlier. He asserted that this proposal is similar to the existing houses. No, it is not. Can I go to next slide, please? This is the site where you see the board of the builder. There's a Churchville Road which goes east-west, Churchville Road south, and north is Walnut. Look at this picture carefully. Do you see any walking place on the street? No. There's no walking. No one can walk except on the street facing the traffic. Next street, please. Next slide, please. Keep going. Next slide, please. So this is the next slide. Look at this slide carefully. This was clicked by me last Tuesday. This lady who's jogging and the coming car facing is going to had to change the lane. That's the ground reality. That's the boots on the ground. Is builder aware of this situation? Probably not. Now I will ask if we can have page number 2. No, go back. Yes, that's the one. That's where I will summarize. So all the delegates already indicated that. So I will not go in detail. I will summarize. My job is to summarize here. The Planning Act says the council of the municipality shall, in carrying out their responsibility, regard these things. I will not go into, again, details. Where it's failing. The present proposal is failing to protect the ecological system, which is Section 2A of the Planning Act. It is failing to provide adequate provisions for transportation, which is Section 2D of the Planning Act. The present proposal is failing to provide accessibility to persons with a disability to all the facilities. That is Section 2H1. There's no coordination of public bodies over here. We didn't hear anything from Brampton Heritage Board, who listed this property as heritage value. Finally, I will touch as 2Q, Section 2Q of Planning Act. It says there should be promotion of development that is designed to be sustainable, to support public transit, and to be oriented to pedestrian. That is shall. There's nowhere these conditions are met. So I would summarize that the present proposal, even if it's taken as a face value, despite this all the problem and biased reports we have seen which are devoid of ground realities, is not in compliance with Section 2 of the Planning Act and Credit Valley Secondary Plan. Thank you.
The next registered delegate is Tushar Mahandra.
Hello again. This time I'm here for what's happening in my own backyard. I live at 8307 Credit View Road. I know Mayor Brown is gone now, but his question was, what would we want different in the future? If when you send out those notifications for such a plan or a proposed development, if you could send a simple voter card where we could vote for how many residents in the area are in favor of such a development. And I know it's easy to just say no, no, no. but ask for our reasons, like the top 3 reasons in just one line. We'd be happy to mail it back to you. I mean, we'll pay the postage too, to mail it back to you, right? So that's my suggestion for that. That would help us feel more involved. The second thing is, I'm glad the builder came on, the developer, sorry, because there's certain things I realized when I was watching his presentation. He said multiple times, 15 years, 12 years, we've been planning, we've been developing, we've been, look at all these slides we have, look at the access we have to the city documents and the planning, how they've been working with the city, with the councilors, with the mayor's office, whatever it takes, for 15 years. And they, and he was still scoffing at the fact that he only had 5 minutes to do a presentation. We just got the notice a month and a half ago, and we have 5 minutes to, put together what we can, while we're doing our 9-to-5 jobs. So that didn't seem fair. The other thing that Mark said is, which is absolutely incorrect, is Walnut Road is a 2-lane road. It's a single-lane road. It definitely is. Now, if that's the level of planning or accuracy, I would reject their plan right now. That is, pardon my language, but that is some BS. Like, I wouldn't give any credibility to any other study he has proposed. I have the same snow removal guy who clears Walnut Road, and he says it's a pain in the, behind. He has to push the snow in and then back out, reverse the whole road, and he's, possibly gone into the ditch many times, and he's called me, cursing me, Tushar, why did you tell me to clean that road, right? And I know the gentleman who owns the house at the end of the road too, so it's not a double lane. So I would reject the proposal right there. If after 15 years he doesn't even know that Walnut Road is, a single lane road, how does the city want us to believe all the studies and proposals he's putting forward? The other reason I'm here is, I was here in 2019. We received a similar notice that, the 8395 Credit View Road, the application number was B19-029. And in this application, it was the owner of 8395 Credit View Road wanted to sever a piece of land from his property. He owned all that 8.2 hectares or whatever that is, or acres, whatever. And I think it was the same developer, the same company who was here present for that meeting, and I was the only one here that day to oppose that severance. But even at that meeting, if I wish it was recorded or something, I had raised the concern that, okay, you're severing the land today. Can this be amended in any way to increase the amount of houses there? I was assured, no, Tushar, all the studies have been done. This is for one single detached dwelling, and, if there's any changes, there'd have to be studies done. The same protocol would be followed. And that's why I was shocked when this notice showed up a month and a half ago with 30 houses. Like, how did we get from that application, which was approved, in front of me, it passed, the same thing, everyone said yes, and it was passed. But from that application, B19-029, how did we arrive here where the board was put up? And this was approved. It just seems, like the city is working, more with the developers than it is with the residents, right? So, that's all I have to say. Again, I'm glad Mark did that presentation because it's basically flawed. Like, if he doesn't know, just like Suki said, that most of these developers, they're relying on maps and statistics, and they've never actually visited what the ground reality is. Walnut Road is not a 2-lane road. So, that's all I have to say. I hope you listen to people who actually live there rather than a developer, right? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just before we move on, the other registered delegates that have registered to speak on this item is Jasbir Singh, I don't believe is here. Ashvina Handal, Sukhvir Handal, Navinder Paul, Samir Shah, Satinder Malhotra, Amanjit Bopari, and Mapta and Sukhvinder Gurai. So if I've called your name, please come forward.
Switching with Satinder just to save some time.
Sure. If your name is not the name that I've called.
My name is in the list of delegates you just mentioned.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Could I please have,
I also sent my slideshow. Would you be able to retrieve it, please? It was for 2.
Sorry, what was your name again, just so we can,
Satinder Malhotra.
okay.
It was regarding 2 of the items, and this is one of them.
There it is. Yeah.
This is the other one. May I have the other one, please? Yes.
That's not it.
Sorry, this is the other one. If I could
I
have.
don't think we have the presentation then. Do you have it on a,
I sent both of them as attachments to one email.
just bear with us and we'll just see.
Yes,
if
this
that's
is the
it.
one.
Okay, that was it. Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, all the councillors, city staff, and all our wonderful neighbors. Thank you so much for showing up. It's really good to see you all here. My name is Satinder Malhotra. I'm a Brampton resident. I'm also a member of the Credit Valley Resident Association, and I'm here to speak about this file number. Why this proposal is not acceptable. First, it's encroaching on a green space within a watershed habitat surrounding in an environmentally sensitive area, especially because Credit View River is known habitat for red-side dace, that is an endangered species, and there are other at-risk species here as well. The setback zone should be at least 30 to 50 meters as per professional environmentalists. However, in the proposal, it is just 10 meters. Stormwater management and water table issues are known in this area, and it's prone to environmental hazards, including flood, as evident by recent flooding near the Credit View River last winter. Erosion susceptibility is there in the area, and it's very close to the Credit View River. Impervious cover would increase more because of this development. Traffic and schools are important concerns, and they're covered in detail by the other residents. Next slide, please. Credit View watershed has 65 species of animals and plants at risk of extinction, as evidenced by assessments from various reputed committees. Land development is the primary cause. Developers pay a charge or a mitigation fee to build in these areas, but lost habitat cannot be replaced. Next slide, please. Benefits of natural heritage, which consists of trees, shrubs, green spaces, as well as soil and water that support them. The climate change is first of them. It's benefited by absorbing greenhouse gas emissions, stormwater management because soil absorbs stormwater, energy benefits, temperature cooling, and lowering energy costs in summer. Ecosystem health by providing habitat, clean water, and air. Next slide, please. Benefits of natural heritage continue. Public health is contributed, physical and mental health benefits, and reduces noise pollution too. Community benefits. Green spaces are points of community interactions and relationships. Economic benefits by increasing the value of private and public properties due to visual appeal. Next slide, please. Environmental initiatives taken by the city and province. In 2019, Brampton City Council declared a climate emergency aiming to reduce CO2 by 80% by the year 2050. 2, Community Energy and Emissions Reduction Plan. This plan recognizes that large trees store 75 times as much carbon as smaller trees, so the maturity of the forest is also an important factor. So mitigation by planting smaller trees would not help, which is usually done in these developmental projects. They just place small saplings in place of mature trees. This will not help. For Brampton, trees are critical for the city's 2040 vision. Go Green Brampton Master Environmental Plan, Natural Heritage Restoration Plan, Green Infrastructure Ontario Coalition that has the objective of policy improvements at the municipal, provincial, and federal level to facilitate green infrastructure opportunities. Natural heritage and environmental management strategies implemented by the City of Brampton. Next slide, please. Next one, again. So we saw so many green initiatives here, but at the same time, we have so many projects that don't respect the natural heritage. I'm wondering, how does the city plan to allow these green initiatives where at every step they are threatened? Once a woodlot is lost, it's lost forever. And these are irreversible changes.
We have personally spoken to ecologists and environmentalists, and they're appalled by these proposals. In the name of utilizing land, we cannot destroy urban forests, woodlots, open green spaces. Their mere presence is serving our existence. Next slide, please. Disregard. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Okay. Disregard for Credit View Secondary Plan. Residents did not receive a letter regarding amendment to the Credit View Secondary Plan. I know this issue has already been discussed, but on a quick note, on asking, one resident was told by a representative from the planning staff that it was published in the Brampton Guardian. On asking why letters were not posted when the entire neighborhood is taking active interest, the reply was because the redundant policies are getting eliminated. Years of survey, research, and funding has been disregarded, and the policies have suddenly become redundant. Dictionary meaning of redundant is no longer necessary or no longer useful. I want to know, is this redundant for the developer or are these redundant for us? With no evidence about the effects of such a decision, we strongly oppose the amendment of Credit View Secondary Plan. An independent study needs to be done by a third party that has no conflict of interest and that has the residents' representation in it to determine the effects of amendments to the Credit View Secondary Plan. Next slide, please. Sustainability and development, they should go hand in hand. It's also mentioned in the Planning Act and the Brampton Plan 2040 vision, which is quoted again and again in support of these proposals. Development should be in new areas where infrastructure can be constructed or is already present. Squeezing high density in environmentally sensitive areas that are not equipped to handle it can be disastrous. We want balanced, sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening again. My name is Samir Shah, and I am representing here Credit Valley Residents Association. I would like to avoid any duplication from all the wonderful presenters earlier. I was thinking about Mr. Chair's earlier comment and some of the concerns the city staff or council needs to work with day in and day out. And it started in my mind with the very famous quote put in together by the great Abraham Lincoln, where he defined the democracy or government being of the people, by the people, for the people, and shall not perish from the earth of the people. Here is my version with respect to Credit Valley Residents Association. Credit Valley Residents Association is of the residents, by the residents, for the residents, shall not perish from the Brampton city of the residents. So last time when I got an opportunity to speak here, I started with the first question, why? And I got my answer by end of the presentation as well as in last few weeks, that why we need an association, just to represent systematically, saving everybody's time. And we came up with this mission, which on behalf of all the members, I'm just putting out here, is the mission of Brampton Credit Valley Residents Association is to help Brampton City for collaborative planning with sensible development, starting with Brampton West. We are here to support the city as responsible voters and citizens. So then I started, okay, what is the purpose here? Because when we started with why, everything goes by purpose. And that reminded me another famous quote by one of the leaders back in India called Mahatma Gandhi. For those who don't know him, he was considered as father of the nation. His version is find the purpose and the means will follow. My version for this association is define the problem and ideas for solution will follow. So going back to your problem statement, one of them is there is a slow process, there is probably a tremendous pressure from all the angles and whatever possible to city, the council, the planning, province is asking something, whatever it is. I would just like to give one example in terms of couple of thoughts how this can be achieved collaboratively. Just to give an example, I am full-time employed, happy employee of a reputed company. However, as I think more and more about all these proposals throughout Brampton West, I can easily see and would be more than happy to volunteer without any remuneration and provide my experience skills to the city when we were talking about one of the sub-problems, hey, it involves cost. It has got old processes which were not suitable for the modern era of digitalization or virtual and all that. So with very minimal cost, everything can be achieved, including voting, opinion, and to your point, sir, that could be part of that. How do we get involved right in the beginning or right from the beginning with any development proposal, and as a resident who chose this neighborhood to live in, how can we provide our opinions and facts? I would end my comment here. You can see all the efforts, research, time, energy, emotions gone by all the delegates in last month or so, whatever they started preparing in this. I can easily see all these efforts, energy, and everything can be leveraged for better Brampton, which we call Flower City. Thank you.
Wow. You know, after that passionate speech, it's very difficult to talk. Council members, mayor, and my good friends and colleagues close by in the community, my name is Sukhvinder Guraya. And before I say something, I just want to give you a short story. You know, sometimes it's easier to tell things with a story. I have been living on the east end of the city or the Greater Toronto area in Markham for 18 years. 18 long years. I loved the city. I would never move. It was great. There were a lot of good things that were happening. Because of a change in job and role, I decided to move towards the West End. And I had multiple options to choose Mississauga, go to Kitchener, Waterloo, or to other areas. But I chose Brampton. Irrespective of all the feelings and the words that people might say about Brampton, you know, Brampton is this, Brampton is that, I loved the place where I bought the house. And that was in Brampton South, and towards the west. And that's the Churchville community that was built. So one of the things, the reason I'm saying this is that, you know, earlier we heard about different ways and means of communication, and you know, Samir just talked about the Credit Valley Association. I've been here for 2 years. I did not hear about the association. To be honest, the reason is because, you know, people get busy with what they are doing. It's an association which is formed on Facebook or maybe another groups and so on. I actually put a proposal together in front of the city today to follow what other cities are doing. In Markham, there is something called as a Ratepayers Association, right? I checked all throughout. I did not find that in Brampton. Why not? It's such a great city. Markham is a small town turned into a city. If they can have a Ratepayers Association, why can't we? Because once you make that Ratepayers Association, people like Samir will not have to spend any little time or effort to tell somebody like me who moved from the East End towards the West End to make Brampton my home, is that, hey, now you're in Brampton, now you're in this community. Join this Ratepayers Association, because that's where we get all the communication that is happening, whether it is development plans, whether it is city, whether it is other things and so on. So just wanted to touch with that on a personal note, because, you know, it was very hard to leave Markham, and I don't want to go back. I want to stay in this community, and there were several reasons why I chose this community where I live today, which is the Churchville area. And I just go back to what was said by the builder's representative, and, you know, I'll just harp on the fact that nobody has actually visited the location. It's the residents. We are not experts, by no means. We are not experts. So many people have done so much work, pulling out reports, making studies, doing PowerPoint presentations. None of them are experts, but they have done this because they are passionate about what's happening. They're passionate about the cause, and they really wanted to do this, right? So we are not experts, but we are experienced. So that's another area which the builder should have taken into consideration. Got on the ground, looked around to see what exactly the problems were. And I'll just highlight 3 problems which have been already talked about, but maybe finer points were missed. Traffic. Churchville Road, the Walnut Road that is being talked about, falls onto Churchville Road, which falls onto Steeles on the south. One exit. Safety-wise, traffic-wise, big problem. try, one of you, I encourage each one of you, try one of the days, 6 o'clock in the morning, try getting onto Steeles and taking a left turn. Best of luck. I didn't want it to work from home, but after doing that for a couple of days, I was like, yeah, I volunteer to work from home. Because it's a nightmare. The number of accidents that have happened on that block, every now and then, the city has the records. Peel Region has the records. You can pull it out. Left turn is a disaster out there. The only option people have is to take a right turn. But guess what? I have seen city school buses trying to take a left turn there. After 7 o'clock, the left turn is not allowed because it's just impossible. So keep that point in mind. Traffic and safety. Misinformation. The builder's representative said, oh, by the way, this plan was not from here. It was from donkey's years, 12 years, 15 years back. This area was going to be developed. 2 out of the 5 have been developed. The others will be developed because it was already a plan. And he said is that all this information was posted by the builders when they were offering the houses. I don't know about the houses. There you go. I don't know about those houses, but I am in one of those 2 communities which was developed. That's where I took my house. The builder did not utter a single word about future developments in the area. They focused on a very small, 30 by 30 piece of property or land, or 30 meters, or whatever you call it, and that's all. They did not talk about anything else. So there is a lot of misinformation, and hopefully, as one of the gentlemen earlier said, is that if we have this type of an association where information is shared openly in advance, people like me would take a second thought before coming here, because why I paid the extra dollars, why I decided to move from the East End to this particular space was because of the community that it is. It's a beautiful community, and we want to keep it like that. Finally, I'm really happy that Mayor Brown is here, because if you all remember, a few months back, the mayor and I think Councillor Bowman as well visited this area. And this area was not the area where this development is coming, but it is south of Steeles. Those parks out there are still closed because the river flooded, and it actually encapsulated the entire area of the park which was being developed there or which existed there. Those residents had a painful time because of the flooding. And there are residents which have actually voiced concerns, and there are articles and lawsuits, I believe, against the Peel region in terms of development as to why that area flooded, because it's a low-lying area, the river is big, and the community where we have a huge area which is to cover that extra flow of water that is coming in. So that's another important aspect, is like these builders, they will not think about that. But as city planners, as city developers, and as council members, all of you should be really worried about it. And I thank Mayor Patrick as well as Councillor Bowman for visiting that community and giving them a helping hand at that particular time. But we want to avoid that situation in the future. So a high-density neighborhood in a low-density preserved heritage parcel of land is a disaster. We are all mature people out here. We can all see it. The question is, will we prevent it from happening? With that, I just want to leave you guys with one thing. We are united. We are united.
And we will fight back.
Thank you. I said, we are united. You heard the claps? And we will fight back.
The next person can come forward, thank you.
I am Navinder, esteemed mayor, esteemed... I'm short, okay. Hi, I am Navinder. I'll not take much of your time. It will be quick like last time. Hi, councillors. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Everyone has covered everything. I just want to ask just one small thing. We know we all are adults. We have to go on everything. Too much talk about environment and this and that. Just raise your hand if you do not agree that cutting trees will bring flood to future generation. Anyone in the room who does not agree, please raise a hand if you do not agree that cutting trees will bring floods in future. Anyone? So why we are cutting trees? It's a lot of trees. I will invite all of you to please visit the area once. That's it. Thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
I got to put this a little higher for me. Okay. Okay, I'll keep it short and sweet. Firstly, thank you to my neighbors for being here today and everyone coming together to show support. Thank you to the councilman for taking time to hear us out. I'll keep it simple, straight to the point. I strongly oppose a zoning amendment and draft plan proposal. I'm a member of the Churchville community. My home is on Fairmont Close, and the backside of my house is facing directly west, which is towards the new proposed development. I oppose it for many reasons, but as I said, I'll keep it simple. Invasion of privacy is a huge issue. All the homes on Fairmont Close were sold as ravine lots, and therefore the homes were built assuming the ravine lots. What I mean by this is the back of the homes have windows stretching from one end of the house all the way to the other end. This is the case for all three levels of the homes, basement, main level, and upper level. The city needs to come out and see these homes. Feel free to come by my house, view the floor plans. This is no exaggeration. There are 10 windows facing west in the basement, 12 on the main floor, and another 12 in the master bedroom alone. 4 of the 12 windows in the master bedroom are in the washroom. I stress again, these homes were meant to be ravine lots. The amount of windows on all levels were built assuming no neighbors in the backyard. Regardless, someone now wants to build and destroy the ravine of these homes. Another important matter are the walnut trees that are directly behind these homes. These trees are tagged, and regardless of whatever decision the city chooses to make, the trees must be protected. They ensure that all our neighbors on Fairmont Close maintain their privacy and that nature is preserved. I end by telling you this, just because we can build does not mean that we should build. Brampton is an amazing city and we have no shortage of land. The Churchville community is a historic site and it should be preserved. Initially, it was proposed for a single home to be built on this land. I'm not sure anyone could even justify building 30 detached homes on this land. So I just propose that the councilman go back to the original proposition and build a single home on the land. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Cheryl Roy. I live at Lionhead Estates, and I'm also a delegate from the Credit Valley Residents Association. We've all come together as a community so that we can voice our concerns collectively. I was hoping that Mayor Patrick Brown would be here. He seems to have left the building. But I just wanted to remind him that the garage he was talking about was in our subdivision. And we had a group of people that are so discontent and so frustrated with the new proposals to build these high-rise buildings. There are several people, you're talking about houses here, we are talking about buildings, high-rise, multi-storied, high-density buildings. We have lived in this subdivision of Lionhead Estates for 20 years. When Mr. Kneff promised us that it would be low-density executive-style housing, and he's even made a promise to us when he aborted the proposal to build some townhomes that was adjacent to our court. Many of my neighbors are here, and we are extremely frustrated that the city would actually allow the Queen Street corridor to turn into some sort of dense traffic area with high-rise buildings. Each homeowner in our subdivision over the last 20 years has paid an average of $200,000 or more because we pay $10,500 and more in taxes. And we willingly did that because we paid in for the low density, the no traffic, no high rises, no pollution, the country-like setting that we've enjoyed for 20 years. Earlier, I saw at one of the slides said that the city will plan and review and offer compatibility of the existing development with the existing community. Hello, how does high-rise buildings fit in with our beautiful neighborhood? Is anyone not listening? I mean, this is really frustrating. What is appalling is that the process that was put in place decades ago to have a public hearing and have input from the residents who are stakeholders has been blatantly disregarded. I spoke here on May 8th about this very issue and what has been done about it. I would like to see what steps have been taken. Is this democratic? Everyone's using the MZO as an excuse. I'd like to know if something was proposed at Bridle Path or one of those beautiful areas in downtown Toronto where most of our ministers live with low-cost housing, I'd like to see the uproar then. Is this the vision of Brampton 2040? Our neighborhood set the tone, I dare say, for the rest of the executive housing in the neighborhood. The Queen Street corridor is not meant for high-density traffic. Already we have issues. Perhaps Bouvard, I can somewhat concur, or maybe even Steeles, but certainly not the corridor from Mississauga Road right up to Credit View, certainly not. Everything that I wanted to say has been said, so I will not repeat. But I just want to say that we have put our faith in our councillors, in our mayor, and our politicians as our representatives to hear our voices. And I do hope that you hear our voices because we are extremely discontented. And come October, whenever the next election is, you will hear that discontent at the ballot box. I can assure you, you have a very... You will hear us loud and clear when we cast our ballots at the next municipal election. And I hope Mayor Brown is listening wherever he is. Thank you.
And just to the clerk, if you could let the delegate know that I'm still on the call.
Is there anybody else? Is there anybody else who wishes to speak?
Okay, so I think we're done.
Yep. There are no other speakers on this item? So I please ask...
Well, Peter, I just wanted to make sure it was noted that I'm still on the call. I think that they asked if I was. It's Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. So we have one more person that's signing in to speak. And just a reminder, when you do speak, please keep your remarks to this particular item and not other business that may be on tonight's agenda.
You haven't given me a chance to speak a single word.
Javinder, I know that you're registered to speak on another item later, but this item right now is what we're asking the public to speak to. You will have an opportunity later in the meeting to speak to the other item that you've registered for.
Of course.
So just please keep your remarks to this statutory public meeting.
Thank you, clerk. Thank you, chair, members of the council. I believe today I felt the passion. I think Jeff Bowman, Doug Willens, and Martin Meadows. You all know I have spoken with the same passion in the last term because Mayor Brown, Mr. Singh, Paul Vicente, they are new in this term. This is the same passion which drained out because nothing was done. Nothing was done. No improvements at all. This is not the Brampton West issue. This is east, north, west. Its entire Brampton is going in drain, and COVID has been abused as an example because all these decisions to 2020, 21, those has been made, and I agree with your city clerk, Peter Fay. Thank you very much for reminding. These days have been used when no one can come out of the house. Policy makers sitting at home made the policies, and we stand here today, 10 o'clock, seniors, junior, kids, family feeding. And we had a baby for 3 months when I spoke in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, continuously, from 14, 13, 15. When are we going to end to all this? When are we going to make a collaborative, positive environment at City Hall? When our policy makers going to look at the city at large? These stakeholders are contributing to the city. This is how city has been run. I'm not talking about east here. I'm talking about east and west, north and south. These divisions are created by these policy makers. Oh, now it's talking about the west, east can't speak. Because policy makers don't want to see people of Brampton united. Because they have exactly same issue. There is no difference at all. It's an unfortunate circumstances. Some of the councillors are sitting still home, listening us. So my request is, please look at the collaborative, positive way to lead us. We have given the authority, power by voting you in to make right decisions for Bramptonians. We need houses, we need the development, but it has to be sustainable, has to be achievable. When I bring in a proposal, that proposal will be declined. 100%. Why these developers have been getting the proposals accepted one after other, after other, after other. And I'm very happy that some of the members have clearly declared that the consequences will be in October. So please be made informative decision, so which is in the favor of the residents of Brampton East, West, South, North, and Center. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. As I see there's no further delegations, we do open up questions to members of the committee. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn back to Alan again, back to my original comments about 5.1. This is a development within that 5.1 area. So how do these two relate, since they are both just public meetings tonight? How does 5.4 fit into the changes described in 5.1 when the 5.1 changes haven't even been decided upon by council yet?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bowman. And through Mr. Chairman, I'll defer that matter to David Vandenberg just to speak to the technical relationship between the two different applications, sir.
Yes, so through the chair, if 5.1, the amendment to remove the requirement for a block plan amendment is passed, then this application would not require that block plan amendment. If it is, council decides not to pass that amendment, then this application would require a block plan amendment per the current policies in the secondary plan. I would just also note that normally the block plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment they're often typically processed concurrently at the same time and have the same studies required for them.
Okay, so do we have any clue whether 5.1 is going to come back to us for approval prior to 5.4 coming back to us?
Yeah, yes, likely it will.
It will?
Yes.
So there would be some effect then?
Yes.
On 5.4?
Yes.
Okay. A gentleman spoke earlier, I don't even remember which one. Okay. When we're looking at 5.1, should we not be looking at 5.1 as of the date 5.1 gets approved? Only things that come after that approval should be looked at in terms of the new policies and procedures, not 5.4.
Through the chair, as currently written, it would apply to 5.1 would apply to this application. Obviously, it is in the hands of council if they chose to not make it retro or apply it to this application or application currently under review, then they could.
Okay. So that, well, I can't comment on it, but the feelings of the group here anyways in terms of adding that to any future discussions that come back to council now. I think it's been loud and clear tonight. The only other question I have is about trees, and unfortunately, people recognize me because I fought against a development that included cutting down 100-year-old walnut trees in downtown Brampton. How many of these trees that we're looking at are walnut trees?
A lot. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to Councillor Bowman, I don't believe we have that detailed information as it relates to the tree inventory right now at our hands to be able to speak to really in detail at this moment. But by all means, we can follow up with the area councillors to share that information about the details of that study. And we will no doubt be speaking to all those details within the future recommendation report.
Okay, and do we have, okay, thanks. Do we have any report from arborists as to the potential age of some of these trees? Because I know we have bylaws in this city that prevent the removal of trees of certain sizes.
So again, through Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Bowman, I don't know that it speaks to the age. The size is typically what it does speak to, and it's directly comparable and really correlation between the size and age. We'll look to see whether it does include the age information as well. We'll speak with our parks and landscaping staff about the matter as well.
Okay, thank you, because I think it is important. I was actually there on the weekend and driving around the Witchwood community, so I know the area. And when you look down as you're just coming off of Churchville and you see that little one-way street, I was sort of a one-way dirt road. I was sort of surprised to hear it as a two-lane sort of highway. But anyways, I will leave that with you, and perhaps that can come back with the initial reports. Thank you.
Okay, so I do not see any further questions, members of the committee. I'll just pose a couple of questions. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. There's been a lot of there's been several presentations referring to different matters, be it the environment, be it schooling, for example, the school board. And I know there's a misnomer sometimes that it's the city that does not regulate school boards. There's school boards. But when we circulate an application, can you just confirm, and I sit on the Credit Valley Conservation Authorities, they're one of the commenting bodies, so they review the application. The school boards will review the application. They provide comments. So many of the comments, many of the issues raised by the residents and very important issues, there will be an opportunity for those bodies to comment and provide official comments regarding the application.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. So through the planning process that we utilize here at the city, which is in full compliance with the Planning Act of the Province of Ontario, the requirements for us in the processing of development applications. This is just the first really starting point of really the processing of the development application, whereby we very early reach out to the residents, any members of the public that are interested in the application, to know their thoughts and to understand their questions and potentially concerns on an application, but really through the more fulsome processing of the application, yes, we reach out and provide a full circulation to a wide breadth of different experts on the matter, so associated with internal experts here that we really employ here at the City of Brampton with respect to engineering and design and landscaping and many others. But then there also are the external commenting agencies, including the Region of Peel, the conservation authorities, a whole host of utility companies and such, and the province in certain instances, and matters as it relates to archaeological and Ministry of Culture. All of those things ultimately come back to us. The comments are received, and they inform staff then on the decision that we're putting forward as far as our recommendation to council on the matter. And all of that is going to be contained within a future recommendation report, the details of those matters for all to understand, alongside the responses that we put to the questions received from the public.
Thank you. And another question I heard from delegates, they talked about the traffic study and being outdated and so on. we validate, my understanding, we validate every study that comes. So our folks, our staff, if we don't have it in-house, we will get someone to peer review it if we find that there's some concerns around it or some sensitivities around it. But we review all the studies. And under the Planning Act, each applicant is required to provide their own studies, but we review them. Can you just provide a comment so people will understand that?
Yes, definitely, Mr. Chairman. So you're exactly right. So each of those studies that do come in from an applicant in support of their application to us for our review, we have experts here at the city, as I was saying previously, as well as some other external commenting agencies. They have their experts on their particular matters as well. We review all those studies that do come in, make sure that we're in agreement with them or not. If we are not, then we really, through various rounds of communications through to any applicant, we advise on where it is that we have concerns, any requests for changes and such, to ensure full accuracy and kind of technical, really well-being in a way of any particular study, so that really it's sound in every way. So as it is that we work with applicants, we put these requests forward, require various changes where it is that we see that improvements to those studies are needed. But really, as it relates to the traffic impact statement, the TIS, yeah, we will be receiving those comments from our traffic experts as well, hearing from them as to why it is perhaps that that information contained within the current document is currently sound, or whether there are changes needed. So we'll be receiving those comments. We'll be working with the applicants on those as well. Yes.
Yeah, and my last question again, I think the last delegation referred to the ballot box and referring to ensuring that this council makes a right decision. But sometimes another misnomer is our decision is not the final decision. If you can explain to the audience what the Ontario Land Tribunal is. So regardless if we make a decision, there is always a right of, review. So if you can speak to that process, which is a provincial arm's length body, which is not the city, it's an arm's length body. So regardless of the decision of this council, the buck doesn't stop here. There is another level of decision making. So if you can just speak to that process.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So the Ontario Planning Act, yes, identifies that there are, with any development application process, including the rezoning applications, plans of subdivision applications, which apply in this case, that actually there are some subtleties and some differences between different application types. So in particular, I'll speak to rezoning applications, which applies in this case. There is an opportunity for either an applicant that's making an application to ultimately appeal an application if it is that their proposal is not accepted by council ultimately. But similarly, if it is that an application is approved by council and there are members of the public that don't approve of that decision and rather would like to appeal the matter as well, they have the ability to do that. So granted, residents that would like to ultimately save their or safeguard their opportunity for an appeal, those residents really are to put forward their comments through to city staff, identify that they have some comments, they do want to safeguard that possibility for an appeal. But if they do that, yes, there is an appeal that's available to either residents or the applicants. And so in that respect, really at that point in time, staff work with our internal legal staff towards a position and such, and working ultimately with council on the matter, and working towards some resolution at the board, or now referred to as the Ontario Land Tribunal, previously at the Ontario Municipal Board.
Thank you very much, Alan. I think that's an important point. And I guess the only thing I would say is that today's meeting is not the end of all meetings. Certainly the local area councillors, Councillor Bone and myself, are available to attend any garage meetings as well. And we're more than happy to continue the discussion and understand that today we can't provide our stance on it, not to prejudice the application, but we do appreciate the feedback, and we do understand the passion. The one, and then I've said this to many meetings, is that when it goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal, I think it's important to try to take away, I've heard a lot of comments about common sense. When it goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal, common sense is not criteria, technical criteria to evaluate. So there's been some great points, sustainability, environment, all that stuff. But when it gets to technical reasons, that's where I think folks need to drive their attention to, and we've heard some excellent points, and certainly staff will now review the application. But again, any comments that people have after, any questions after, feel free to send them in to staff, and I believe on the presentation there's an email, and staff are great to respond to you on any questions of clarification, and certainly Councillor Bowman, myself, or Mayor Brown are here to provide any other answers or explanation that you may require. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to move the presentation, receive the delegations and additional correspondence. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so the motion carries. We now move on to staff report, item 5.5, application to amend the zoning bylaw and official plan, proposed draft plan of subdivision Crystal Homes, Ward 5, to facilitate the development of a 10-story apartment building with 414 units, 61 townhouses, 2 single detached dwellings, and a parkette. And I will invite Angelo Ambrico from our Planning, Building, and Economic Development staff. Welcome, Angelo.
Hello, members of the public. My name is Angelo Ambrico, and I am the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by MHBC Planning Limited on behalf of Crystal Homes Wildflower Corporation. Next slide, please. So the subject property is located in Ward 5 and is located on the north side of Queen Street West, west of Credit View Road, as shown on the slide. The property is municipally known as 1626, 1646, and 1654 Queen Street West. Next slide, please. On screen, you see the area context. Many of you are likely familiar with the area, but the land uses surrounding it include to the north an existing stormwater management pond, an elementary school, and existing single detached houses. To the south, we have existing single detached houses and Lionhead Golf Club. To the east, we have existing hamlet lots with existing 1- and 2-story dwellings. And to the west, we have existing woodlands and a former garden center. Next slide, please. So the applicant has submitted applications for an official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw amendment, and a draft plan of subdivision. The draft plan of subdivision is shown on screen. The proposal includes a 10-story apartment building with 414 units and 508 parking spaces. It's to be located on Block 5 of the plan shown on screen. So that Block 5 is shown on screen, and it is located on the Queen Street West frontage. To the rear, there are 4 blocks of townhouses proposed. This includes a total of 61 townhouse units across 4 blocks. There are 2 single detached units on the west side of Street A, and there's also a new parkette which is proposed on Block 6. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the images provided by the applicant for the proposal. So you can see the condominium building and the elevation fronting Queen Street West. You could also see the landscape plan shown on the right, which is proposed at full build-out. Next slide, please. So the subject property is designated residential on Schedule A of the official plan, and it's also located on a BRT corridor as per Schedule C of the official plan. There is no amendment required to this designation to facilitate the proposal. Yes, so the BRT, just to explain, the BRT corridor is intended for bus rapid transit. Next slide is the secondary plan designation. So the subject property is designated Springbrook Settlement Area on Schedule SP 45A of the Credit Valley Secondary Plan. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to permit the proposed development. Next slide, please. So the subject area is located within the limits of the Springbrook Tertiary Plan. On October 5th, staff presented a recommendation report to implement the Springbrook Tertiary Plan settlement area. On October 26th, staff were directed to initiate a separate planning process for lands fronting Queen Street West, where higher densities were envisioned, and hold a statutory meeting to present the proposed changes. On June 6th, a public meeting was held for the Springbrook Tertiary Plan, presenting the emerging vision for these lands, with heights ranging from 8 to 12 stories, to be located near the intersections of Credit View and Queen, and that plan is shown on screen. Again, the public meeting was on June 6th for this city-initiated amendment. Next slide, please. 2022, sorry, there's a slight typo in the slide deck there. It was June 6, 2022. My apologies. So the zoning bylaw, the subject property is currently zoned Residential Hamlet 1. That permits single detached dwellings and supportive housing residents, as well as a variety of non-residential uses. A zoning bylaw amendment is required to permit the proposed development. Slide 10 shows the proposed performance standards the applicant is proposing. So it contains 4 zones, which includes an R4A zoning designation, which is intended for apartments, an R3B zoning designation, which is intended for townhouses, and an R1A zoning designation, which is intended for single detached dwellings. Next slide, please. It's just prior to finalizing all recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan, as well as the regional official plan and the City of Brampton official plan. Next slide, please. Some of the considerations that we're currently looking at for this application include the appropriate height fronting Queen Street, the character of the Queen Street West streetscape, the size of the proposed park and the park programming, and also ensuring adequate stormwater management and servicing infrastructure is available to accommodate the proposed development. Next slide, please. So just an idea of where we are today. So the application was deemed complete on November 25th, 2020. The original proposal was revised to be consistent with the emerging vision for Springbrook. Today, we are at the public meeting. Staff will continue to review the application, including reviewing any comments from the public, as well as any technical comments. Once all comments are received and issues are addressed, staff will advance a final recommendation report to council for decision, and all issues raised will be addressed in the recommendation report. To any residents who have spoken or emailed me directly, we will follow up directly with you, either written or advised of an interest, or if you've written to me or if you've interested in monitoring this proposal. So please feel free to follow up with me directly. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting will also be available online. I believe the previous slide has my contact information as well as the contact information from the applicant. The applicant is David McKay from MHBC Planning, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the public, there is a number of delegations for this item. First, we have David McKay from MHBC Planners on behalf of the applicant for an applicant presentation. David, you are present. We do see you on the screen. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is David McKay. I'm a registered professional planner with MHBC, and I represent the applicant, Crystal Holmes, for this proposal. I'll try to be brief given how late it is and how many delegations we have, so I'll move on to the next slide. So as was mentioned, the proposal is to develop the lands for townhouses at the northern portion of the property and at the direction of council to implement a mid-rise building of 10 stories on the southern portion facing Queen Street. As part of this application, as mentioned by staff, we have a draft plan of subdivision, an official plan amendment for the mid-rise component of the site, and rezoning for the rest of the balance of the site. As can be shown on this slide, we are implementing new public roads, including a planned extension of Haywood South to Queen Street, as per the block planning exercise that has been ongoing for this area, as well as a new parkette on the east side of the property, which backs onto the creek area, and we have incorporated the appropriate setbacks required to those environmental features as identified by the TRCA. Next slide. This just shows a rendering of the proposed 3-story townhouse a modern design, and we'll work out the details with staff as part of the approvals process. Next slide. As I mentioned, there is a parquet proposed, which includes junior and senior playground equipment. You'll notice that there's a temporary and ultimate condition in that we have to provide for a temporary cul-de-sac until such time as the lands to the south of this, in this area, develop and the road pattern can be extended, at which point the parquet will be increased in size accordingly, as shown on the right-hand side of the slide. Next slide, please. In terms of the mid-rise building, what our client has worked with, and they've done a number of mid-rise buildings in the GTA. They think it's an appropriate use, and they support council's vision as stated, and are responding to that vision as stated by council previously. As council may be aware, Queen Street is designated for a BRT route in the future. And the Queen Street right-of-way is being increased to 50 meters in front of the site. So it's a substantial amount of roadway, and it's appropriate in that regard to frame the building with a building of this type of design. In our opinion, it's an appropriate location. It starts to set out that vision as enunciated by council previously, and we think that it will be a good addition and provide needed reasonable housing costs units to the area. Next slide. These are just some elevation plans showing the details of the building. Again, we will work with staff to refine the elevations, the articulation and fenestration as we go through the approval process. Next slide. You can keep going. These are just more elevations. And as part of the programming of this, we are taking particular emphasis on the outside of the building as well as the other amenities that are being proposed for the mid-rise building. And these are just some general images of what our client might be proposing as part of the development. So increased trees, landscaping areas. If you go to the next slide, pedestrian paths leading to the public sidewalks, an appropriate level of surface parking for visitors. All the other rest of the parking will be underground. And if you go to the next slide, you can see that we've incorporated a series of amenities at grade, as well as on the upper levels of the terraces, including a swimming pool, seating areas, a golf area, and community gardens as part of the package. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have and to listen to the public on their issues and concerns with the proposal. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, we do have 10 registered delegates on this item. The first is Desi Yang. Desi, please come forward. We're going to bring up your presentation in a moment.
Hi, my name is Desi Yang, resident in Brampton, Credit Ridge community, and a member of the Credit Valley Residential Association. When you prepare your presentation, I want to get a clarification from planner. Okay, can I ask some question? Can I ask the planner some question?
Well, if you can ask questions.
As part of your delegation.
Yeah, because it's quite important.
As part of your delegation.
Yeah.
You can ask questions of clarification.
Yeah, clarification.
Stop.
Yes.
Okay, I would just remain.
June 6th, we were here for public meeting about the zoning change for Credit Valley secondary plan and Springbrook
for folks,
settlement area tertiary plan amendment for change from low density go to high density. Does this land, today's crystal land, belong to this area or not? Yes or no? Does that belong to the Springbrook settlement tertiary planned area or not?
So staff want to respond.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the question is, what is the subject land area contained within the Springbrook settlement area? And yes, it is.
Yes, okay. Second question. June 6th, public hearing meeting, talking about the changes in that plan. We don't know that what is the outcome for that yet. If that amendment not approved by city, why waste everybody time come to here to talk in the middle part of this area? So I really don't understand what's the logical. If you do not approve this high plan, you submit another inside to looking for approval. There's no logical now. I really don't understand what's the logical come from the developer or come from city. Okay, let's start my presentation. Now, I don't think the time is right. Now is my presentation. Okay, I strong proposed multi-high density residential development along Queen Street West between Credit View Road to Misaka Road, not only for Crest Road. Also opposite for City Inertia, June 6th, that amendment. Also opposite the previous in south of the Queen and east of the Misaka Road. These issues are very complicated. Our community do not take it lightly. I have prepared a 20-slide presentation. However, because time limited, I will skip some slides so that other delegates have their opportunity to voice their comment. Okay, please go to slide 4.
Just a moment, we'll bring it back up. Desi? 6.4. Slide 4.
Yeah, go. Because time limited, I cannot go to this. Yeah, okay, this one start. We have heard from the city that mentioned several times, see, the proposed development is because of BRT coming to the area. It is because of house affordability. It is because of policy from the province. I have done some research and would like to share with you about my findings. Next page. Yeah, this page. Okay. Ontario growth plan included policy direction about where and how to grow. First, growth need to be prioritized in urban center, major transit station. Our area do not meet this criteria. Secondly, intensification and urbanization need to be directed away from environmental sensitive area to prevent a future flood risk. Our area is identified as an environmental sensitive area. The recent flood event in the adjacent Churchville area further demonstrated that the proposed tall building development in the area will increase flood risk. Additionally, Ontario policy states that strong, healthy, and prosperous community are vital to the economic success and contribute to our quality of life. Over the years, Credit Ridge has become a well-known, health, and prosperous unique community in GTA in Brampton that should be maintained and respected. Next one. This is the PO 2051 vision. Queen Street West is not planning the major transit station area that indicated clearly. Next slide. The city mentioned several times about BRT on Queen West. I have done some homework. Currently, there is no approved BRT plan on Queen West. Metrolink concept is to connect York and Peel with a focus on Queen East in Brampton. The region of Peel official plan 2051 include Queen East as part of BRT. Queen West is not included in that BRT yet. If you drew on Queen West before, you must have been frustrated by being stuck at the downtown area. That has been a major bottleneck. If you happen to look at the Zoom bus on Queen West, you would see very low ridership. If you even walk on Queen West, you can see the entire area along Queen West are low-density residential with a dominant single detached house. I think there are some options city can consider alternative. For example, from Queen East, then go to the Hill Ontario, Bowick, and then to the future Heritage Height urban community. This alternative road may pass two major GO train stations, connect to the LRT, connect to the city urban center, town center, and the designated major transit station area. Also provide rapid transit to multi-existing condo building and the senior house apartment, major shopping center. Next slide. Top building in Credit Ridge cannot solve what we said, house affordability issues. One, our understanding is that the proposed unit going to be luxury condo unit. Secondly, there is no necessary amenity in the area which will make this condo unit even less affordable. Three, if tall building were built in a protected major transit station area, developer would potentially need to contribute 10% affordable house requirement. Building tall building in Credit Ridge area would mean revenue loss for the city and a loss of opportunity to support affordable house, which is much needed in many areas in Brampton. Four, province policy states that in order to support housing affordability, major transit station area should be prioritized to be developed as a high density. Our area is not near major transit station area. Next.
Desi, just to remind you, you're well past the 5 minutes.
Yeah, I said
you're
it.
only on slide 9.
Yeah, I'll try quickly, okay. Next slide, okay. As I mentioned before, city numerous studies, independent consultant studies, staff report, offshore planning has concluded that this area should only allow low density for any residential development. So, next few slides, you can go quickly. I don't think I want to talk too much about that. Can we go to the final two conclusions? Because time limited, okay. In summary, we don't understand why city is proposing and push this amendment now with such a rush method. The proposed policy amendments are significant in nature. They include 5 or more taller building developments. We don't know because now you already have 5 now. The urbanization of which clearly is not compatible to the rural feel of the newly established upscaled executive low-density regional area. Any major government policy change needs to be made very carefully and should only be supported when it demonstrates its public benefit, cost benefit, and has regard to taxpayer money. Public policy change of this significant nature should not be rushed. It has impact to the community, taxpayer, our future generation, and the future of Brampton. So, next page. So I strongly suggest Council do not vote for the proposed multi-story building development in the subject area. Council should be provided with concrete evidence and in-depth analysis that can support decision-making to make sure only sound public policy is supported. Necessary study and analysis are including, but not limited to, a comprehensive citywide study be conducted about where and when tall building should be developed in Brampton, not just go to the Brampton West. Secondly, a master plan be conducted to assess the viability and cumulative impact of this proposed tall building development for this area. Other studies, like a lot of you mentioned, environmental, social, eco, blah, 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 traffic. 10 years ago, I started looking for a retirement home. Finally, I selected the Credit Ridge community. This is a beloved community that offers a unique, precious quality of life that is sought after in GTA, especially in Brampton. It attracts like-minded and certain calibers of the people we are a very strong and united community that truly treasure the betterment of this community. We welcome develop to build a single detached residential unit or mixed-use designation with a low-density residential project in this area. This is consistent with the city's long-standing policy and direction and position. Last page. Last page. You don't, yeah. Let's working together to build a better Brampton benefit for all of us, all of the Brampton citizens. Thank you.
The next registered delegate is Lily.
Good evening. My name is Lily Zhang. I am the resident of the Credit Ridge. I just want to raise my concern on the fairness. A few years ago, actually, when we bought our houses, the city and the developers told us that this will be the low-density area with executive single houses. Especially, I even called the city. I asked what will be in my backyard in the future. City told me that will be executive single houses. So we made the purchase the decision based on what the city told us. We paid the premium for this low density and living. Now the city is breaking its promise by the building the high-rise or multi-stories in the existing low-density neighborhood. Is this considered as the cheating? I feel and I've been cheated. Now, I'm forced to move out. So our house then the value will be negatively impacted based on my agent or my current selling and experience. Is this my fault or is the city's fault? Let me to have the financial and the loss. So who will compensate us? Is the city or developers? If anyone or an entity has done something and damaged others, we all know that is not right. My questions are, if the city has done something that damaged us financially, is the city accountable for it? Second, can we trust the city's any policy in the future when we make the decision? I lost my trust on the cities and the policy because I know that any policy is not reliable. We can't depend on any time and can change. So secondly, I wanted to talk about the site and selection. So the site selection should match the existing style of a community or near the shopping center, employment center, or transit center. Also, they should not compromise existing and the neighborhood. Second, in this neighborhood, there is no such center. The city's only the reason is that the Queen West has a rapid transit. I just want to question the rapid, what called the BLT. We all know, and just in a few kilometers, road becomes one lane in the downtown area. Is this considered as rapid? No, it is slow and local buses, which do not lead to any employment and center or shopping center. Three, in the Queen West neighborhood, we don't have any community center. By building so many high rises, where does the city want this and the residents then go, especially for the children? So by lacking enough exercise, people will have the mental health issue. So we really need a community center rather than high-rise buildings with no access to enough the playground or community centers. Number 4, high-rises should be near the either highway or transit center, employment center, or the shopping center. In the Queen West areas, most of the people travel either the east or travel to the south for the employment or shopping, etc. Why not build those high-rise in the East Queen, such as near the Highway 410 or the downtown area, where they are more suitable for the high-rise? However, I only see the scattered and high-rise buildings even in the downtown or near the 410. I don't understand why we target to the Queen West. Number 5, the city wants to build quite a few. So far, we know 5 buildings in the Queen West. Has the city considered the overall impact when counting all the building together, not just the one single one? Okay, what's the impact? Another one, what's the impact? We want to look at all the 5 of the buildings so far. We don't know in the future will be at 10 or we look at the total impact. So we want to build a nicer community to attract the more business people and the talent rather than to drive them away. So the scattered the building everywhere without a long-term plan in the Brampton will ruin the beauty of the community. So we paid the high price and the high property tax for the low density living that the city promised us. Now the city breaches its trust from the residents. I strongly oppose the change. Thank you for your time.
The next registered speaker is Rohit Dewan, followed by Kuljit Singh, and then Jasbir Singh.
Can you pull up the slide, please? Thank you. My name is Rohit Dewan, and I'm a resident on Elburn Markel Drive, and I'm a member of the Credit Valley Residents Association. I'll talk about incompatibility with the existing and established neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So the original development guidelines for Springbrook. The development guidelines for the Springbrook area specify a selection of upscale traditional architectural styles derived from the classical periods of architecture will be promoted to generate visually appealing streetscape, like Georgian, Tudor, Victorian, French, etc. It further provides that the design of each building should have distinguishing elements characteristic of a single identifiable architectural style, and that incompatible styles in close proximity to each other shall be avoided, achieving a consistent level of design quality. Next slide, please. Future land use guidelines from 2019. In January 2019, the city used taxpayer money to retain a consultant, WSP Canada, to guide future land use and development proposals within the Springbrook settlement area. Brampton staff report that was shared at a council meeting on March 4th, 2019, indicated the consultants and city planners supported low-density development, hamlet residential development, hamlet mixed use, which consists of at-grade commercial development that frames the streetscape. The report suggested that when it came to the segment of Queen Street West, redevelopment within the Springbrook settlement area should be compatible with the existing rural uses within the hamlet. Next slide, please. The proposed development would significantly deviate from the original approved plan for the area and deviate from the development guidelines from 2019 and also the design guidelines from 10-12 years back. Multi-story developments in this low-density area will actually create an unsightly, cramped subdivision. I am the first house and one of the first residents to move into the estates of Credit Ridge. My house is the first house on Elburn Markel, close to Queen Street, and I will be very affected by all these proposals. And when I bought the house from the builder, I paid a few $100,000 in premium to back onto the ravine and next to the pond. And with this development, there will be no privacy left for my house. And I flew a drone with where this proposal is for the high rise, and my windows, my living room, my bedroom will all be visible to the people living in this community. I strongly oppose to this, and we all here, sitting here, say no to multi-level residential developments in this area. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Council members, and my beautiful neighbors from Cradle Ridge. My name is Kuljit Singh, and I'm a resident of the estates of Cradle Ridge, as well as a member of the Cradle Valley Residents Association. I wanted to express traffic congestion concerns we will have if Council approves the application from Crystal Homes for a 10-story apartment building, 61 townhomes, and two other houses, single dwellings. There are many other multi-story development projects being proposed for the Springbrook area. However, the roads surrounding these properties cannot be widened to accommodate the vehicular traffic multi-story buildings will bring into this area. Most families in this area do not use public transportation due to the distance to commercial workplaces. Those moving into the proposed development area would also likely be driving versus using public transportation. Queen Street West does not and will unlikely function as a true transit corridor in the future. A group of community members have been monitoring for the last 2 weeks the following Brampton transit routes: Albemarle, north and south, and 1A Queen, east and west. What we have noticed is that Albemarle north and south is typically empty when traveling north and south between Queen Street and Williams Parkway. The 1A Queen, which travels east and west, has very few passengers once it moves past Chinguacousy Road. So even if the city brings in rapid transit, public transportation will be underutilized along with Queen Street West when servicing residents of the Springbrook settlement, because the majority of the people who will move into these medium to high density development sites will also continue to use cars as their main mode of transportation in order to get to work and the closest highway. The traffic impact report submitted by Crystal Homes suggested that residents in the area choose alternative means of transportation like public transit. The report suggested that to encourage non-auto commuting, Presto cards should be preloaded with a nominal value and provided to all residents. But is this even realistic? What will be the cost to the city to administer these type of projects? And in the absence of the city spending millions each year incentivizing local residents from this area to use public transportation, automobiles will be the primary mode of transportation. So let's not make poor planning decisions where we are allowing high-rise buildings to be sprinkled in between executive housing based on the incorrect assumption that residents will use public transportation. Next slide, please. Queen Street becomes a single-lane street at downtown Brampton, which already creates a bottleneck effect to traffic flow. Increased traffic from medium to high-density development along Queen Street West will worsen the flow of traffic. There is also no road widening plan for Queen Street West, the design of which does not support intensification for this area. Credit View Road is a designated rural heritage road, is not suitable as a road corridor, and cannot take the increase in traffic that would accompany medium to high density development. As you are aware already, the area and surrounding infrastructure where the proposed development is located was designated for low density residential 1 development. The streets that neighbor the subject land would be Queen Street West, Credit View Road, and Albemarle Drive. Queen Street now has 2 lanes on each side. The widening project just wrapped up almost 2 years ago and cost millions in taxpayer money, so we are not aware of any city plans to widen Queen Street west further. Queen Street becomes heavily congested in Chinguacousy Road, and a bottleneck effect occurs when it becomes a single lane road as you head into downtown Brampton. So needless to say, it is a busy road even at this time. As I mentioned, Albert Markle is the other neighboring road for the subject property. It is a single lane road that cannot be widened due to being located in the environmentally sensitive area. Credit View Road, the other neighboring road for the subject property, is also a single lane road that cannot be widened as it is a heritage road. There are homes along with Albert Markle and Credit View Road. Even currently, it gets difficult sometimes for those homeowners to enter and exit their driveways during the peak traffic time. Can you imagine what those single lane roads will look like if council approves a 10-story apartment building and 61 townhomes within this small area? And then imagine what these roads will look if council approves the other multi-level buildings that are being proposed by developers that would located beside and across from the subject property. Don't forget about what Mississauga Road and Chinguacousy Road will look like as well. There is already gridlock in the mornings and evenings because people are trying to get out of Brampton in the mornings to get to work or to the closest highway. Next slide, please. Parking issues are already a concern with Brampton communities where there is a medium density development because of the number of vehicles used by the occupants of a home exceed the allocated parking space each home has. The fact that many of our roads in this area are single lane roads that cannot be widened, this will make the situation worse when people park their cars on the road. So in conclusion, I have to say the influx of residents and vehicles that will result from medium to high density development will worsen traffic congestion in our immediate area and as well as along with other main roads such as Chinguacousy Road and Mississauga Road. The multi-story development proposed by the Springbrook area will in combination have disastrous effects on traffic in the immediate and surrounding area. Thank you for your time today. We hope Council takes our concern into account when voting on this proposed development as well as other multi-story projects proposed within and around the Springbrook Settle area. Hence, we the residents of the area strongly oppose building of multi-story residences in our area and request the council members to take the holistic approach in planning suitable development with the low density housing in the area. Thank you very much.
The next scheduled delegate was Jasbir Singh, who's not present. Then we have Denley and Tajay McIntosh, followed by DP Purba, and then Satinder Malhotra. Is Denley and Tajay McIntosh present? No? Okay, we'll move on to DP Purba. DP's not here. Then Satinder Malhotra. Yep, and we'll just bring up your presentation in a moment.
Good evening, everyone, again. I'm Satinder Malhotra again, speaking about this file. Thank you. Why multi-story high-rises should not be here. Stormwater management and water table issues are environmental hazards causing issues. This area is known for these, as evident by the recent flooding. High buildings have a significant negative impact on the stormwater management and water/wastewater path as well as the environment. Erosion susceptibilities there in the area. Watershed habitat surrounding that is environmentally sensitive and precious. Springbrook Creek, Huttonville Creek, and Credit View River are known habitats of red-side dace, that is an endangered species. Around the area where the endangered species habitat is, typically the impervious cover should be less than 10%. Here, it's way more than 10% already. Proposed amendment would increase it more. especially due to the large underground parking that such buildings have. Traffic, schools, and incompatibility with adjacent neighborhoods are also issues that have been spoken by other speakers. No major transit routes, malls in the immediate vicinity, and that's a requirement for high-rises. Next slide, please. Debunking the reasons given for neighborhood proposals. Key reasons given are: 1, housing demand, affordable housing. Planning Act Ontario does not only respect but also promotes ecological conservation along with development. Brampton Plan 2040, its first point is sustainability. Affordability. The prices would be way above average as evident by the statistics in this area. Next slide, please. 2, Brampton Rapid Transit on Queen Street West. Buses go almost empty. The residents are not using it much. Queen Street narrows further towards downtown. We are wondering if BRT is being promoted to justify rampant development in an urban green space. 3, studies. Environmental impact, traffic, and several other studies were done in pre-COVID era and by parties that have conflict of interest with the outcome of the studies. The cumulative effects of the various proposed developments has not been considered because that would affect the study outcomes very strongly. Next slide, please. And again, disregard for Credit View Secondary Plan. We spoke to various involved citizens of the neighborhood that participated in the development of the Credit View Secondary Plan as well as Springbrook Tertiary Plan. Now we are told that after years of survey, painstaking research, and exorbitant funding, there's a city-initiated proposal to amend it. This is a mockery of the public and their involvement. This is unfortunate at so many levels. We strongly oppose the amendment of Credit View Secondary Plan in the entire neighborhood. Next slide, please. Residents are important stakeholders in planning. If development proposals are passed rampantly without considering the opinions and suggestions of the residents, it would create a lot of discontent and frustration among the residents, as it already has. Would the city leaders be okay with it? There should be an authentic attempt to integrate the residents in the decision-making process and not just an eyewash. We want leaders who can do it so we can keep our trust in them and the city processes. Next slide, please. We want sensible development, not chaos. Our neighborhood wants sustainable development that uplifts the community lifestyle, is organized, environmentally friendly, keeps the character and aesthetics intact. Only then we can have a city to be proud of. Development that does not uplift the lifestyle and robs the neighborhood of basic amenities is not development. It is chaos. We want sensible, sustainable development, not chaos. We need help. We need action. Thank you very much.
The next registered delegate is Samir Shah. And following Samir is Tegbir Singh Karan.
Sorry, I'm supposed to be the last delegate. Is it okay if I speak before Samir?
Certainly. Is it Tegbir?
Yeah, I'm Tegbir. That's okay?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, councillors, my wonderful neighbors, mayor. My name is Tegbir Singh Karan. To start off, I would like to say I'm strongly against this development. It is evident that I'm not alone when I say this. Putting a 14-story condo on the corner of Queen and Credit View, oh sorry, not on the corner of Queen and Credit View, the corner of Queen and Elba Markel would make absolutely no sense. As said by one of our colleagues last week, just because you can build it does not mean we should. The amount of traffic that this development would cause would be insane. Credit View is a single-lane road, which cannot be changed, and Queen is a 2-lane incoming-oncoming road, which has no plans of it being widened. I'm not too sure if everybody in this area has been to this area, but I just want to bring up a quick fact that we have a child care center in that area, and it takes about 45 minutes for parents to pick up their kids from this child care center. What's going to happen when we have 414 residents trying to enter and leave the same road? Children's safety and parents' convenience definitely has to be considered. I urge city councilors to visit the area and see why there is so much backlash on this proposed development. We built our home on Credit View Road, and we built this in a certain way because the city asked us to. What sense does it make for a 10-story condo to be put in an area where houses are executive detached homes with upwards value of $2 million? I work at TD Bank, and I have many connections to appraisers, and when I mention the historic hamlet of Springbrook, the valuations of the homes are always high. I got in touch with one of them to ask them why, and the biggest appeal is the fact that we are considered low density. This first development would destroy that factor to the area and the fact that we are low density. Not to mention the multiple others that will follow, turning this area into a constant gridlock. Why does the city want to ruin an area which people have worked so hard to get into by allowing this to happen is beyond my understanding. I want to clarify that this group of people, known as the Credit View Residents Association, we are not against development. I'm sure I can speak on everyone's behalf when we say that we are all for development that makes sense. Development that majority of the people love and that the neighborhood is all for. Not something like this, which has a massive opposition against it. I am sure that this plan would have nobody speaking against it if the builder was trying to build detached executive homes to fit the dynamic of the rest of the area. Despite all the backlash from the community and the dissatisfaction of the members, I do want to thank the city for one thing, and that is the fact that you brought this community together. In the past 12 years that I've lived in this area, I have never seen this community work together so closely, so motivated for one purpose. I can 100% assure you, councillors and Crystal Home Developments, that this community will not rest until this plan is scrapped. Whether we must come up here and speak for 5 minutes every week, or even go to an extreme, such as protesting or striking at the planned site, we will do whatever we have to do to ensure that our area that we plan on living in for the rest of our lives does not go to ruin. Let's avoid protests and strikes from occurring. This is something that nobody benefits from, but if that's the only way for us to have our voices heard, I assure you again that this is not a step that we are afraid to take. Thank you everyone for your time, and councillors, please consider your decisions very carefully.
Thank you, Tekbir. I think I'm the last registered delegate on this particular file, but I would like to bring up the point which was mentioned starting from Daisy to Tekbir. And again, it goes back to my earlier comment around the process and how residents can help streamline or make the process better. We are talking file by file. If you look at the list of delegates, some of us are on 6 or all of them. And the reason of doing that, because that's how we understand this process works. We all have common points, and as you see, there is a duplication. So I would avoid duplication and get to the point right away. I would start with saying, as you all know, life is about choices. Choices you make for yourself, for your next generations. And all of us here are to reflect that. And going back to earlier point, when we start analyzing the problem statement, I always prefer to start with why. And I got 2 answers there, same way, that city wants to support the rapid transit system. So that is one justification, if I may say, is given, or the purpose is given, which is still in planned or proposed level or stage. I would ask, really, is it needed in this area? Based on what data modeling for ridership between the stops between Mississauga Road and Chinguzi Road, or forget about Chinguzi, just between Mississauga Road and Credit View. What is the scientific data to support this development? I would also ask, where is the money? Where is it coming from? If I'm not mistaken, I came across a couple of articles where there are already questions around the budget approval for this so-called transit system. Do we have that guaranteed? How is that going to work?
And to last point to this is comes to a question, again, as we are allowed to ask question, thanks for that, again, something positive about the process. I would ask one simple question, which is many times asked to the child or children as well. What is first, chicken or egg? Okay, no worries. As the process allows, you can still repeat just to suggest that. I'll come directly to the other point, which again, many of the delegates might have repetition again, but another justification or so-called justification, housing affordability. Really? Who is going to guarantee affordability for proposed development here? With what equation, what formula, and how it would fall under any definition of affordability? Forget about that. Hopefully somebody would put that together as answer to my question to whoever is taking decisions or rather voting against this or in favor of this rather. And I would look forward to those answers as one of the unanswered question. If I'm not mistaken, the presentation of the developer included a comment that original plan was for low density development, and somehow somebody suggested, I don't know who, that why don't you propose or can you create a plan to propose multi-level residential unit in this small lot, and not about small, which is not at all matching with existing neighborhood. By the way, for specific introduction, I am the third house from Rohit, and I would be probably the second most impacted person about this proposed development. And not only this, all the developments which are proposed between Chinguzi Road and Mississauga Road, if you can imagine the traffic both ways going for any of this multi-level proposed development, they would be hitting Queen Street for sure. No matter when the traffic study was done, whether it was 2018, I remember a quote from DP's presentation where that study itself says that one particular scenario of traffic to take right turn or left turn is already at 0.94 or 94% utilization versus capacity. That is as of 2018. What is going to happen with that? So coming back to the same point somebody else mentioned earlier, we need independent latest study for all technical aspects, whether we call it traffic and all that. I'll go to the last point or second last. Thanks for reminding us, Mr. Chair, about that this is just a process and that is a step involved, and potentially and hopefully even if this council votes against this proposal, it can end up in LPAT. I would like to share, as we sent a formal letter of objection to everybody, including respected mayor, MPPs, and province level, and I'm referring that back to earlier comment that yes, this is a process, not everything in your control, but again, coming back to that, it is all about the choices you make or choices this council would be making. So just confirming that we have copied MPPs. So elected MPPs at province level, they are understanding the voice of the residents. And last but not the least, coming back to my point, the residents and members of Credit Valley Residents Association made the choice to come to this city, come to this neighborhood, call it their hometown or home city for a purpose and with some vision. That is getting ruined, not only for the generation which made that or took that decision, multi-generations. Everybody here is aware these are multi-generation houses and we cannot go by historical data of 2.5% per household in Brampton on an average. Please revisit that, and with that I see my timer is off. I'll follow up with my written email communication for that. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council and the Credit Valley Residents Association. Thank you for coming here. So my name is Vipul Shah and I am the resident of Brampton. And today I'm representing my community, Credit Valley Resident Association. So I'm not talking particular to any one file, but I'm going to make my comment in general, like in a holistic way. And to me, it looks like the mother of all issues is the
the initiation, city-initiated official plan amendment to the Credit Valley Secondary Plan 45. That to me looks like is the mother of all these issues. So it is our understanding that Credit Valley Secondary Plan Amendment is opening doors for multi-level mixed-use residential development in the Credit Valley area. An example is all the applications that we reviewed today. I would like to emphasize that as a community, we are not against the development in Brampton. We do acknowledge that development will help to achieve the strategic vision Brampton is a mosaic. However, it is not clear to us the rationale behind the Credit Valley Secondary Plan Amendment that was proposed by the council. However, during a community meeting, some of you were there in the community meeting, and Mayor said, like, he was in the garage. It was my garage. During a community meeting with a few council members, it was brought to our attention that BRT project and making Queen Street the main corridor to connect Brampton east to west might be the reason for all these amendment actions. Well, this logic does not make sense to me, and here is why. The Queen Street West, as my other residents point out, is a bottleneck between McLaughlin Road and the Kennedy Road, sorry. And there is no way we can widen up that particular stretch because we know it's a downtown Brampton. The second point, the putting multi-level building in an existing upscale community has a detrimental impact on the existing residents' safety and traffic congestion while depreciating the price to their lifetime investment. Overcrowding school will result in an inferior quality of education, substandard infrastructure, i.e. portables, increased risk of mental health issues in school-going children, and very limited space for outdoor activities for children such as soccer and basketball. Keep in mind that physical activity keeps the brain healthy. We all know the saying, healthy brain, healthy body, healthy mind. But the council proposed amendment will have an irreparable impact on our future leaders, i.e. children's mental health issues. As per Statistics Canada health report, in Ontario about 4% of adult, and please hear me clearly here, 4% of adult and 14% of high school students report having serious contemplated suicides in their past year. So ask a question, what is the major influence on this increased number of mental health issues? The answer is COVID-19, right? We all know that the lockdown during the COVID has negatively impacted our mental health issue due to this such limited physical activity. So why put our children through the same torture for their entire childhood by putting them in the portable? Please note, during the June 6th meeting, which was a couple of weeks back, I did mention that the Peel District School Board Annual Plan Document 2019-2020 confirms no additional schools planned in Credit Valley growth area. So what we have learned from this, instead of working on the development of the amendment, it would be much more beneficial to put some work into the education systems and provide tomorrow's leader with the tools they need to achieve success. Now moving on to the environmental impact for this development. The reduced greenery around the schools and community has a direct correlation with the quality of air. Tree exhale oxygens and human inhale oxygens, we all know that. Let me tell you how we are fooling ourselves. We cut down the mature tree, which took decades to grow, and in lieu we plant new tree, which may cut in another few decades to support another development projects. Our measure of success needs fundamental change. But we do not have time since we are not making ourselves accountable for disturbing the ecosystem. So in closing, it is my humble request to pull back this SPA 45 amendment and find other area within the Brampton which will benefit from the multi-level residential development. For example, new proposed site for the Ryerson University in Brampton campus. That will be an ideal place to put the high-rise buildings. Thank you, and thank you community for supporting me here.
Hello, everyone. I'm not a delegate, but I would like just to speak on this matter. My name is Artie, and I have been a resident of Credit Ridge since 2012 and have grown to love this community and very proud to call it my home, along with many people here. 12 years ago, when many of us were looking to move our families into this area, One of the most important aspects we considered was how quiet and peaceful this community is. How it's away from the hustle and bustle of the urban district, away from the noisy and polluted areas and other streets, that we long to escape from. And it's with this mindset that some of us happily busted out our life savings to move themselves and their families to this quiet suburbia we call Credit Ridge. But this is all about to change, potentially. The city is currently considering an initiative to allow the building of high-rise buildings right into our community. The initiative includes building a potentially 4 more high-rise buildings right into the center, and it will in effect more than quadruple the current population of our community. While we are certainly a welcoming community, always happy to accept new members, however, can you imagine having thousands and thousands of people moving all at once into this community will do to us? The roads will become more congested, for sure. You picking up your kids from school, yep, that's going to take longer. The hospitals, yeah, can't ever get any worse. And before long, our small and quiet suburbia will turn into the hustle and bustle that we wish to escape from. In other words, we did not sign up for this. Not only did we, the community, not sign up for this, the provincial government did not sign up for this either. The provincial's current policy supports the rural feel and believes that the historical hamlet context of Credit Ridge is vital to the economic success of Ontario and our quality of life. Not only this, but the Brampton 2040 plan vision, the Credit Valley Secondary Plan, the Springbrook Settlement and Tertiary Plan, and more recently the Peel Regional 2051 vision all did not support the city's initiative and amendment to permit these high-density development in our corridor. From the June 6 meeting, the city has stated that it wished to enact this initiative for some reasons. So number one, that they quote the 2040 vision, how rapid transportation should be available in high-density areas. But if you actually look at the 2040 vision and the map that includes it, you'll notice that there is absolutely no plans to add rapid transportation, or BRT as they say, to the Queen Street corridor. So I don't know what the developer is saying. Furthermore, you'll notice that on that high-density settlements should be constructed and prioritized only in areas of rapid transit, as some of the previous delegates have mentioned. The city has also mentioned the area of affordable housing as a reason to propose the construction of high-rise building. While it is true, housing availability and affordability are major concerns that are inherited from election process and etc., but that is not the only thing. Like living and your living expense are not the only costs that you have to consider. What about transportation costs? Because our area doesn't have all the infrastructures, you'll definitely have to spend more on transportation. That will negatively impact your affordability. And you'll have to buy a car, you'll have to gas, all of these things. Given all these mandates that suggest the contrary, I ask now, and on behalf of many neighbors who are affected, why would the city entertain the notion of building these high-rise buildings that will inevitably ruin the quality of life we come to love and appreciate? Will the city and the councillor listen to the voice of the folks that got them elected in the first place and help protect the way of life? I ask city councils to please not approve this proposed multi-story building in our area, as it would definitely ruin our tight-knit community. And lastly, our community helped elect city councilors to the position to help protect us against legislative matters. So please help us, protect us, as you have done in the last 10 years against unjustifiable legislations in this Credit Ridge we all call home. And finally, in the words of a famous Brantonian, Russell Peters, be a man, do the right thing.
Well, it's almost good night time. Anyway, hello everyone. My name is Jessica Pramar, and I was going to speak earlier. Actually, matter of fact, I didn't know what was happening, what changes are coming. Like at the very first amendment that came through, every single one that came through tonight, it was a shocker for me. Obviously, we didn't know anything. Some resident in the neighborhood came by, oh, this is what's happening. They're bringing high-rise building, blah, blah, blah. You know, you have to come for support and all that. I didn't know how to sign up, so I sent them, the email. So they put me as delegate on the very first one, which wasn't the one I was going to speak about because I had no clue about it. But this one, absolutely, this is hitting home, right next to home, basically. The entire proposal, what it feels like is you build a beautiful thing, then you just ruin it. Imagine you bringing high-rise building and townhouses on Mississauga Road in Mississauga, okay? Or bringing townhouses or high-rise building on a bridle path in Toronto. This is the Mississauga Road or the bridle path of Brampton, the entire Credit Valley area. That's what it is, okay? That's what it was built for, okay? The previous council that was under Susan Fennell designated that area as a single homes, as executive homes, okay? And that area, entire area, was supposed to stay like that. And that's how it was sold. And the Credit View Road was supposed to be a heritage road. And we were told right at the beginning, the bus would never run. Guess what? Lately, the buses are running, okay? So that's one point. Second, Samir, I'm gonna say this again, chicken or the egg. He stole my line, but I'm gonna repeat it again, okay? I keep hearing, because the rapid transit is coming, this is the reason we need the high-rise building. Who needs the rapid transit? Certainly not these neighbors. If they can afford million or over $2 million worth of houses, do they need the rapid transit? No, they don't, okay? And the same thing, it seems like, okay, we're gonna bring a rapid transit because we wanna build the house, have a high-rise building or the townhouses into the area. I'm asking the council, are you gonna, this is one of the exclusive area, executive area that's, it was built 12, 13 years ago, or whether it was north side of Queen or the south side of Queen, or the last 12 years or so, okay? Are we gonna ruin it? There are a lot of other pockets in the Brampton where the high-rise buildings can go, or low-rise buildings can go, or the townhouses can go. At least approve something that goes along with the area, which is, majority of the houses, if I'm not wrong, are 50 or 60 feet frontage, okay? So why you want to bring in something that's like, it's going to be either the building or the townhouses, just to ruin everything there. And another thing, I wasn't thinking to say this, but I think I'm going to make my point. I've been living in this Brampton for the past 32 years. I have seen Brampton go through so much development, good or bad, or whatever you call it, lived in different areas, right? And the Brampton, what we lived in 32 years ago, was way quieter, nicer, people respected each other. It was different in Brampton. Now it's what we hear is every other day, shooting here and stabbing here and the traffic issue and whatever else is going on. I have two kids, they're studying in London and Waterloo. Every time they tell their peer students, oh, we live in Brampton, they looked upon like badly. Oh, you live in Brampton, really? We need to build more nicer neighborhoods the one we have in the Credit Valley. Instead of ruining it, please try to bring more neighborhoods like that. So that's my request, and I'm really, really hoping that you would vote against it. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Just sitting down here, okay, listening to everybody else, I'm not going to take long, I'm not going to elaborate things, but it just gave me one new perspective just now. I was fighting for 30 homes and wanted to change it. I know Links Lane is fighting for 50 homes, they want to change it. Queen Street has a proposal of 400 plus condominiums, 60 plus townhouses, and some and few more. There is one more condominium tower coming up at the intersection of Chinguzi and Queen, which is already been approved. I know that because I've seen a board there. There are few more probably coming down somewhere Mississauga Road and Queen because there's an open land. The irony here is beautiful. All studies pertaining to those 30 houses are done within the area of 100 meters there. All the studies for the development for those 50 homes are done on that intersection only. Just put all of them together on one map and see the situation in traffic and life of people. It will boggle you, guaranteed. It just happened to me sitting down here. I live on Churchville neighborhood and I travel only 12 kilometers to Stills and Airport Road. That's where my office is. It takes me 45 minutes in the rush hour. If you add those homes, I really have no words to say how long it will take just for 12 kilometers. I really want council to consider all of the development on one page. Put a common study together and see the impact on life. All aspects, not just traffic, environment. For example, a small heritage wipeout on the 30 houses down the line on Credit River. Fine, who cares? But you're wiping out a huge one on the northern too. It's going to have a severe impact on the entire ecosystem at that point. Same thing applies to traffic. Same thing applies to timing. Same thing applies to every single technical aspect that we can debate here. Just a thought, please look into that as a collective effort. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Actually, I'm just 2 minutes. I'm so nervous. Before I came to this meeting, actually, I have no idea. I only know there's one high building nearby somewhere, our neighborhood. I'm so bad of direction. I have no idea. But since I just now, I saw that picture. That's really, how do I say? Right now I'm shaking, but it's really pissed me. Actually, I'm kind of sad. You know what? This is my first house, my dream house. I love this community. And I'm not the rich person. I'm just working so hard, so hard. Even right now, I'm still working so hard to pay this big, like a mortgage something. But this is a place I've been looking for long time. This is like the, okay. And for this, right now, I'm go to my son. We were so happy move to this neighborhood. The first year, my son go to the school, Chinguzi City. Then since that, only 1 year. Then the second year, until my son is graduated, he always in the, how do you call that? Portable. Yes. And before I move in, and there's some plans, okay, community center, library, swimming pool. Right now, my son has already moved out. Where is that? I think that's perfect place to build that for another kids. I am just like, it's not just our selfish. It's unfair. It is very unfair for us. We are work for our life, and we're not greedy. And we welcome the reasonable. And I just wondering, like the city planner, you must have a much, much better taste to make our city beauty. And I remember when I first time walked to this, to see this location, there's a big hill, the Mississauga Road. And that is how do I say, that wave. And I was there. I talked to my husband. I said, that's so beautiful. Because that's huge wheel. And even I said, I'm scared to drive that hill. It makes me so happy. And that's the big, actually kind of the points I buy that I like this area. And I was, right now, I cannot picture it. Even right now, I'm still enjoy every time from the Mississauga Road. Then there's like here, doesn't matter how long I live there, I never can call the street, even my street name. I'm so bad of direction. But it's just like, now I saw that picture, I saw that planning. It's ugly. It's so ugly. They just ruling the whole environment. I don't think this is common sense. I think it's just like ruling the whole area. It's not just my selfish. Sometimes I said maybe I'm just selfish. No, not. I just feel like before I came. Actually, today I don't want to come. My husband said, "Okay, come to it." Like I say, I don't have idea where the but right now, I am shocked and I am angry, and I think it's just like all like the plants. Don't tell me like the trees. Even you see right now, lots of neighborhood, they are builder plant the trees. It's already 10 years, still tiny. They just planted the bushes. Where are the trees? It's unfair. It is very unfair. We work so hard. Right now, I'm just like every day I've been working too tired. But I'm working for my life, I suppose, like I don't know how to say that. I just feel so sad. I just want to ask you, if you live in this neighborhood, do you want to do this plan? Okay? Thank you. This is, I just want to say. And we do need the community. Where? Yeah, community center. It's already 12, 15 years. My son is already moved out, never enjoy. We pay high taxes. We pay so high. It's very unfair. It's unfair. Thank you. I'm just like, I can't hold myself.
Hi, good evening, councillors and my neighbors, friends. I'm here. Actually, I did not prepare to speak, but actually it's very emotional to come here to say something, raise our voice, right? Like, I just want to personally say, every council sitting in here, if you're thinking you are one of us, one of our residents living in this area, and now they want to change it to high-rising and build high multi-level condos at your backyard, what you are thinking? Are you going to approve it, or you will stand up to say something against it, right? I just want to say, personally, if you are one of us, what you are going to do? Are you support us, or you will say, I'm okay, I'm just city council, I do my work. Please, we pay high price for our home. When we bought it, we builder told us this is high rising. Even when we try to change our model a little bit, they are saying, no, you cannot do it because this is a exclusive housing, and any single change need to get approved from city, right? But now you are going to build a high rising at our community, and not only one. They are going to have two. Not only two, they are going to have 3, 4. From what I heard, it could be 5 or 6, right? You see today, the presentation, 401, 414 condos unit plus 60-something house. This is just for one amendment. If they have 5 coming in, have you count how many new homes will be built in this single street? What is the support research you done, all put together, thinking about this? What is the impact to the current environment, right? This is something I want a councillor to do some research, thinking about it, and then approve it or disapprove it, how to say, carefully. Think about all our residents here, why we are here. I saw a lot of seniors here from 7 o'clock till right now, what time already? They are still here. Why? Right? Another thing is, because we are so emotional, I, try to think what we can support our community. I door to door to ask people, asking them, what do you think about this change? They are shocked. They are angry. They are so emotional about this change. And they are thinking, why? What is the reason? When 10 years when we bought this home, you tell us it's low density. Now, certainly, it's all changed, right? Why? I could not say more how bad our feeling is, but this is our feeling. We are the residents here. We pay the high tax. And this area, does not close to community center, does not close to highway, does not close to public transport. It does not close to hospital. It does not close to the workforce. What is the point you want to build high-rise in here? Not only one. Along Queen Street will be multiple coming along. It will, why? Give us some reason which we can consider, right? And also, we are the residents here, and you are the councilor. We selected you to stand on our foot to support us. But these things, I don't see it right now. I hope you will do something to support us. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening, councilors and neighbors. I'm here today to express my huge concern of building townhouse, semi, and condos in this neighborhood. I totally oppose the amendment to the existing zoning bylaw. And I want to echo what everyone else has said in this room. This area is designated years ago, like 12, 13 years ago, by the city and the builder as low density and single detached house only. So nothing should be changed as we pay premium to live in this special area in Brampton. Like someone said, it's like a battle pass in Brampton to us. So it's very special. And everyone cherishes this very much, and you can see a lot of us are very emotional. So we call it our dream home in Brampton. And you can also see in this room, there are young people, there are middle-aged, there are breadwinners, and there are senior people, and there's a lot of ladies and a lot of gentlemen. So basically, everyone in this neighborhood care about this huge change to this neighborhood. And we are here today to demonstrate one thing. We all strongly oppose this plan. Those huge, giant buildings are going to ruin this paradise in Brampton and create tons of negative impact environmentally, educationally, socially, financially, and psychologically. And we live in Canada. We follow the law when we perceive everything. If we want to build a legal basement, we apply for legal permit from the city. If we want to cut a tree, we go to the city to ask for the permission. If you want to build, like demolish your old home and rebuild a new home, we also go to ask the city. And most likely, we need to have agreement from neighbors. So now the builder wants to build a giant building in our backyard. We all have to say no because it's so inconsistent, so incompatible with the existing building style and creates so much environmental hazard to the river, to the fish, to the animals, etc. So we are hoping all councillors here that we voted for can say no to this plan. As the local residents, we voted you to represent our best interests, not the builders. So we are in Canada. It's a free and Democrat country, without local resident support and agreement, it should be no townhouse, no condo in this neighborhood. So once again, I urge all councilors to listen to our voice and vote no to this plan permanently, not coming back again and again. So I know a lot of people here multiple times already. We sacrifice our family time, our sleeping time. We are here today to raise our concern again. So this area is not designed for that. It's a low-density area. It's a vital press in Brampton. And thank you very much.
So no further delegations. Okay, thank you very much. Just speaking to the last comments, so no, we can't permanently stop applications. Again, it's not the city of Brampton who initiates these applications. Once applications that come forward, if they satisfy the requirements under the Municipal Act, this public meeting is part of that process. We take these comments and then staff will come back with a report. But again, to make it clear, even if we say no today, the owner, the property owner, can come back at a later date, resubmit an application, I believe after 6 months or after a year, even if it's a no. So there's no, again, this is provincial legislation that we have to adhere to. It's under the Municipal Act. So it's not something that, again, we have these absolute powers. But I do appreciate.
Why do the councillors initiate the amendments?
So. Okay, again, it's not council who's initiated it. Staff has given it for to But, well, thank you very much. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to receive, for the presentation, to receive the delegations, receive the correspondence, taken as read. Is anyone opposed? See none, motion carries. Now we go on to item 5.6, application to amend the zoning bylaw, Mattamy, Corsac Urban, 1047 Airport Road, Ward 10. And I will welcome our city staff, Emma DeMello. Welcome again, Emma, for the presentation. After this, we will.
Good evening, members of the committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Emma DeMello, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this application under City File OZS-2022-0006.
Sorry, Emma, my apologies. We'll give it a couple minutes. If people do want to leave, there is a presentation going on. Please leave now so we can proceed. We will give it a minute. So, excuse me, this is not a time for a break. If you want to leave council chambers, please leave council chambers. We do have a presentation right now. Okay, go ahead. Welcome, Emma, again. My apologies. Go ahead.
No worries. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application by Corsiac Urban Planning, who is representing the applicant. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in Ward 10 at 10417 Airport Road in the northeast part of Brampton. The nearest major intersection is Airport Road and Castlemore Road, and the property is located north of Castlemore Road and east of Airport Road. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses include low-density residential uses to the north and east of the property, which form part of the Vales of Castlemore North secondary plan. To the south of the property, there are environmentally sensitive lands as well as residential uses. To the west of the subject property, there are natural heritage lands and low-density residential uses. Next slide, please. The applicant's these are photos from the site visit that was conducted on the property. The property is currently vacant and consists of green space. The application contemplates the future development of 2 single detached dwellings with access fronting onto Sparta Drive. Next slide, please. The applicant's development proposal for a zoning bylaw amendment is to facilitate the rezoning of 2 blocks that were previously subject to consent applications B-2021-0018 and B-2021-0019. The consent application was submitted to facilitate the severance of the 2 blocks shown on the concept plan here in gray and add the parcels of land to the existing blocks 174 and 177. Following this application to amend the zoning bylaw, the applicant will be required to submit an application for a building permit to facilitate construction of 2 single detached dwellings, which would also be subject to architectural control guidelines. Next slide, please. The official plan designates the property residential. The residential designation permits predominantly residential land uses, including a full range of dwelling types ranging from single detached houses to high-rise apartments, and an amendment to the official plan would not be required for the proposed development. Next slide, please. The property is located in the Vales of Castlemore Secondary Plan, Area 42, and is designated Low Density 2. An amendment to the secondary plan would not be required for the potential development of 2 single detached dwellings on the subject properties. Next slide, please. The current zoning for the property is agricultural. The zoning permits the use of land structures or buildings for agricultural uses. An amendment to the zoning bylaw would be required for the proposed development. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted a draft zoning bylaw amendment with the application, with the table shown here on the slide depicting the highlighted changes. The proposed zone, which is residential single detached A, section 1711, matches the zoning section of the other residential lots on Sparta Drive, thus ensuring that the build form of the proposed future residential buildings would be consistent with those in the surrounding area. Next slide, please. Issues to consider for the development application include consideration for the Trans-Canada gas pipeline, which abuts the rear lot lines of the subject properties. The future development of the 2 single detached dwellings would have to be appropriately integrated into the existing residential development by way of architectural control compliance, and appropriate sound protection measures would have to be required and in place to reduce noise impacts from Airport Road. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, the application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement, conformity with the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel Official Plan, the City of Brampton Official Plan, as well as the Vales of Castlemore Secondary Plan, and the principles of the Brampton 2040 Vision. Next slide, please. So we are now at the public meeting stage of the process. Following this meeting, staff will continue the review of the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments. Staff will then advance a final recommendation report to Council for a decision. Issues raised throughout the review of the application will be addressed in the recommendation report, and staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will also be available online shortly. If you have any questions, you can contact myself, my manager, or the applicant's agent. The applicant's agent is Catherine McEwen with Corsiac Urban Planning, representing the applicant, Madame Homes, and owners Harjinder and Biren Singh. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation for tonight. Thank you.
Are there any delegations, City Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. The first representative from Corsiac Urban Planning is present, should there be any questions for clarification. And we do have a registered delegate, Gurmeet Grewal. Is Gurmeet present? And I don't see Gurmeet present. Oh, okay. Hi. Please go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Just a few points on the development. First and foremost, we just want to make sure in the area that the housing that is going to be developed is going to be kind of similar to the ones that are already existing. I've lived there almost 24 years. to see, you know, I've seen a lot of development in other areas, and they build these monstrosities that just kill the value of other homes in the area. So we want to make sure that these houses are going to fit the view and kind of like the feel of the neighborhood. Second point is that corner where they want to build it. They didn't show it on their site plan visit, but that's right on a 90-degree turn. 23 years I've been driving there, and once a week I'm slamming my brakes on that corner because of very low visibility. Our concern is that on that side that they're building, it's the only sidewalk. When they start construction, that sidewalk will be blocked, and debris, trucks, everything will be on the road. You're effectively going to kill that spot. A lot of elderly people, a lot of kids, they use that passage to get to Airport Road to catch the bus, and you know, you're just opening yourself up to accidents. So I'm not sure what can be done to prevent it, but maybe it's not building the homes, I don't know what, or ensuring they don't encroach on this road or the sidewalk or something. And the third point I want to bring up is that little green space that they want to build the homes is the only green space for our area. If you want to get to any kind of park space, you have to cross Braden, which is the major street, go across two kind of, I guess you call them bridges or paths through other developments to get to Tree Line School. So by removing that space, you're removing the only green space for people to play in, for dogs to walk around in, or anything like that. So I would just advise council, please take that into consideration and make the appropriate decision. One thing that I also did think was kind of amusing, I think it was to 5.1 today, city stated something about not being able to mail out letters to notify people of changes. I believe it was their comment, and they had to put in their Guardian. This development was able to mail out the letters for our notification, so I'm not sure why it's kind of hypocritical for one area it does and one area it doesn't, which I thought was also interesting. I forgot to bring that to council's attention.
Yeah, it's just from a technical perspective, it was a development application, and 5.1 wasn't a development application. So there's not a requirement, but point well taken.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I do see Councillor Singh for questions.
Been talking to residents about this parcel. I do know everybody did get the notice because I got calls about this as well. The green space I have heard about. So this parcel is kind of unique. A lot of it goes into the green space. So what's the goal about that parcel, the portion, which is about 90 or 80% of the portion that goes into the green space? What's staff planning to do with that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, excellent question, Councillor Singh. We're going to be meeting with the applicant. We've actually started conversations with the applicant to look at how the city could acquire the lands to the south, which actually are part of the TRCA floodplain. As you probably know, it would be pretty difficult for a lot of development to occur within the floodplain lands, just given the TRCA policies and permitting and whatnot. So it is the city's practice to try and acquire those lands gratuitously through any development application. So we'll be meeting with the applicant over the next little while and then reporting back on that through our recommendation report.
Yeah, and it'll be, I'm trying to phrase that form of questions because I'm only allowed to ask questions. It's challenging, but yeah, there are trails there. So, you know, can we have connectivity between the trails? That I think that's something some residents have also said to me, yeah.
Yeah, certainly we can take that back and work with our open space staff to look at some broader trail connectivity.
Okay, and assuring the sidewalks, I think that's a very valid point. So how do we normally deal with that anyways? Yeah.
Sure, if the chair will indulge me just a bit, just to speak to the delegates' first question about ensuring the types of homes that are going to be built there. There was a slide that showed sort of the proposed performance standards, which basically adhere to what is existing there now. So therefore, there will be a level of consistency. And then as we work with the applicant through construction, our traffic staff and engineering staff will work to secure proper securities and easements to ensure that there's a minimal disruption to the sort of pedestrian walking on Airport Road. In some cases, the city does have to do a bit of a detour pedestrian path, but we always want to make sure that we will protect the safety of residents crossing any major intersections.
Yeah, I think it's important we incorporate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to remove the staff presentation, receive the delegation and accompanying correspondence. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. It is now 11:56. We've been approximately 5 hours. I'm going to suggest we break till 12:15.
So, yes, Mr. Chair, just under Council's procedure bylaw, meetings must end by 11:55 PM unless there's a motion to extend. So may I suggest that we do a motion to extend
Okay,
and
yep.
then recess?
So motion moved by Councillor Singh. Anyone opposed? I see none. So it's 11:56. So we will come back at 12:15.
Last time, remember we were at the roast the Which two items? I was with Neil Davis in there. No, the one I saved out of
So 6.7 are next.
6.1. So it'll be fast now.
6.1.
Delegation plan.
Oh, yeah. Oh. So we will now move on to item 6.1. It's application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, Glenshire and Associates, Umbria Developers, 8680 Chinguacousy, Ward 4. And I believe we have delegations. I'll hand it to the city clerk to administer it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there are two registered delegates. Bisman Kaur had registered to delegate, but I don't think Bisman is present. And we also have an online delegation from Hiran Joshi. Hiran, we're going to bring you into the session. And you are in the session now. You can unmute your mic and turn on your video if you so choose, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee on this item.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
I'm Hiran Joshi, resident of 61 Elmcrest Drive. Thank you for providing me an opportunity to speak to this committee meeting. I have serious concerns regarding this plan amendment. The proposed site is surrounded by existing detached homes, and adding back-to-back stacked town homes is not consistent with current characteristics of the neighborhood. It will negatively impact the neighborhood and value of homes for existing homeowners. As per current zoning for this site, it can accommodate up to a maximum of 21 houses, whereas the proposed plan is for 108 units, more than 5 times the current limit. Though nobody is denying the need for affordable housing, we also have to consider the current infrastructure in the city. Right now in my neighborhood, schools are full beyond capacity, our city roads are congested, and hospitals are woefully inadequate even for the current population. In the last 10 years, hundreds of new homes were built west of Chinguacousy Road. I would like to ask the City Council how many community centers were built to serve this community so far? How many libraries are within walking distance? This community has none. Our community services have consistently been placed on the back burner, and residents wonder where the money from new development charges and increased property taxes are going. Also, to support the proposed amendment, a traffic impact study was done, but this was done using old data before the development of hundreds of new houses and townhomes in the surrounding area. The assumption made was regarding the growth rate for the area is no longer valid due to numerous new developments. 3 years later, the traffic situation has gotten worse. There is a newly built townhome complex less than half a block away from Bonnie Braes Drive, which is already contributing to traffic delays. This proposal is not a one-off situation. There are similar high-density residential buildings being planned in many vacant plots throughout the neighborhood, which is going to add to the traffic. With each new development, is any new data being gathered about this community as it continues to grow? What new public transit options are being added to reduce car dependency? Most residents have to commute long distances as there are very few employment opportunities or university in the city. We have already outgrown beyond the current capacity limits, and city planning seems to be always trying to catch up with the population growth instead of planning for the future. Who is looking at the holistic picture, considering all new developments for the state of public infrastructure to meet the needs of residents? How can we add new houses when essential services such as healthcare, libraries, educational services, and community centers are nowhere to be found? A common argument I have heard is that the city council has limited authority in these matters, and there are many players such as the region of Peel, school boards, and provincial bodies. Many residents are skeptical about this public hearing process and believe that the outcome of these meetings are already predetermined. I still have faith in the process and trust the council members to carefully consider the citizens' viewpoint and represent city residents when dealing with many different planning avenues. I'm disappointed to see the planning department supporting this amendment in their recommendation and not including any caveats for improving necessary infrastructure after strong opposition from numerous residents in the previous meeting. The recommendation report is not going into sufficient details in critically reviewing the proposal and accepting it at its face value. I hope that this committee will consider all the points outlined here and act not just for this amendment in isolation, but also in overall planning to make Brampton a livable city. I urge this committee to reject the current proposal and ask to at least substantially reduce the number of units for this site, and also demand to see concrete plan from various levels of government to meet future needs for public amenities, education, healthcare, and public transit needs before accepting any of these proposals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any further. We will bring the staff report 7.5. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions to staff on this one through you, Mr. Chair. This property, or the two properties combined that they're building on, it's two properties, correct? Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry, should I be? Okay. It's 0.75 hectares total?
Yes, can you just confirm that?
I can confirm. Yeah, I confirm the size. Okay, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's 0.75 hectares is what I read. David, do you know what Clarence Street was? The application on Clarence Street? How many hectares that was? I think it was.
Apologize, off the top of my head, I don't recall.
Do you remember what the units per hectare might have been?
I
think it was around 120 or something like that. It was 0.88.
Yeah, there's 96 units.
Yeah, it was 0.88 hectares, I think.
Yeah.
So this is actually more dense in terms of number of units than Clarence Street was.
It may be. I do not, as I said, I don't recall the details of Clarence. I can look them up quickly, but I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know exactly what the density is.
Yeah, and you know, it's an infill. This is a spot that was meant, I guess, for a church or place of worship. That never happened, so it's infill into a neighborhood, and they're putting, 141 units per hectare into that. That just, To me, that doesn't make sense.
Through Mr. Chair, to Councillor Bowman, I just looked up the stats, or really measured the property size, the Clarence Street property, that being the development on the south side of Clarence, just a little bit east of Main Street. It's 1.2 acres.
2.2?
1.2 acres.
How many hectares would that be?
That would, I'm going to guess about 0.6 or so. Let me just convert here. 0.5.
We seem to be jamming in as much as we possibly can into smaller and smaller areas, into infills. It really doesn't make sense to me. So I'll wait and hear what any other councillors have to say about it.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions. Councillor Fortini? Oh, Councillor Fortini would like to move staff report 7.5. Are there anyone opposed? Opposed? Councillor Bowman, myself. Motion carries.
Opposed.
Who's that?
Pelleshi.
Councillor Pelleshi. Okay. Okay, motion carries. We now move on to item 6.7, I believe.
Mr. Chair, 6.6 is the next
My
item,
apologies.
which is in regards to report 7.1. And we do have a number of delegations. This is the application to amend the official plan. Gagnon Walker Domes, Rotary Club of Brampton Glen Community Center, 1857 Queen Street West in Ward 4.
Yes.
The first delegation is Samir Shah.
Thank you, Council. For a change, I'll go first because I know we are saving the best for the last. I don't have anything new to say here other than just reflecting and reiterating all these developments between Chinguzi and Mississauga Road on Queen Street needs to be looked at holistically. And I hope the Council does that. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next delegation is Desi Yang. Desi is left. Vipul Shah.
He left with a message that he already shared his concern.
And Rohit Dewan.
So I'll keep it very short as well. I've already mentioned the concerns about incompatibility. And now this is the second apartment building which will be in my backyard. And the previous file was in the front. So again, just to repeat the same thing that, I used to invite my friends on my deck to show them Muskoka in my backyard for the past 10 years. And it was truly a Muskoka. And now I'm going to be fronting and backing into all high-rises. Some of them condominiums, some of them apartment buildings. And this is not what I signed up for. And this is not what was presented by the city and the builder when they charge us premium for these lots. So unfortunately, I strongly oppose this. And also in one of the presentations, the consultant mentioned about that it will help the city of Brampton achieve its housing targets. But why are housing targets being met at the cost of ignoring what was promised to existing residents who have called Brampton home for past 20 years and 12 years in the estates of Credit Ridge? So it shouldn't be at the cost of existing residents, any housing targets. And also, we have faith in our elected officials to represent us at the city of Brampton. And if our voices and interests are not heard, then we have some choices to make in the next elections. Thank you very much for listening me out.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next registered delegate was Jasbir Singh. Jasbir is not present. And now it's followed by Anthony Mason.
Mr. Chair, members of council, members of the planning department, good evening. My name is Tony Mason. You're all pretty new to me, except Chandra, I think, at the back, I remember, from 23 years ago when I first came into the City Hall. We formed the Huntville Residents Association, and I obviously got the name right, thank you, because there was a trucking department being pushed through planning here in the city on the northeast corner of Mississauga Road and Steeles. We were all against it. It was bad planning, like you're going to hear now in my short summary. And we formed the Huttonville Residents Association, which if we had more people left here, we would have the Credit Valley Residents Association today. But you'll see from the next slide, it was actually farmland at that time. We raised $35,000, hired a planner, and we went to the OMB, and we won. Our second goal, if you can bring up my presentation, please.
We're just going to bring it up now, Tony.
Yeah, great, thank you. The second thing that we were wanting to do was work with the city to create an executive housing area here in Brampton. I came to work down at the bottom of Mississauga Road and the 401, where all the pharmaceuticals and engineering companies are, and I came from Germany with Siemens. And my senior management and HR told me to go to Oakville, South Mississauga, or if I couldn't afford Oakville, to go to Burlington. I looked around because I used to fly out of Pearson over once a week. And so to live closer to Pearson was my goal. What you see up on the screen, ringed in red, is Huttonville Estates, 34 homes built in the early 80s to the mid-80s. The latest one to sell, the resale market is hot. The latest one to sell sold for just over $3.5 million for a 3,500 square foot home built in the early 80s. If I take the next slide, please. In early 2000s, the two extra rings to the right are Lionhead Estates, two pieces. They were built in the early 2000s, and there's over 200 homes, typically with triple garages. If I take the next slide, please. Then we added the rings in the middle. It started up near the shopping plaza towards the top left corner with Royal West. And then what is still in that picture, land that's being built, was Medallion Homes, and the other side of Huttonville Creek is the Elba Merkel area that came in. If I take the next slide, please. And then just north of Huttonville Estates, on the extreme left of the picture, the best moo-poo you could buy in Brampton was from that farm there, which now became under Metris the 4X development. Again, all executive homes. And so that's why we've expanded to over 1,000 residents, many of which you've seen tonight, who were grateful that we had an upscale housing area for executives, for doctors, for CEOs of private companies that all want to live in and around Brampton. If I can take the next slide, please. Back in about 2012, 2015, the city wanted to do some brainstorming, have some workshops to try and create a special area as they reworked Springbrook. And so a whole bunch of residents came together. We did workshops. What the city wanted was to show that we had historical elements here. And so we worked together with these workshops to come up with what became the hamlet of Springbrook. We were asked the same with Credit View Road as it goes south from Queen Street. There we worked again, and that's when Paul Palesci, as the chair of the planning committee then, Michael's father, came up and designated that the country road. I thought there was supposed to be one sidewalk. But what I've heard tonight is, no, we don't have a sidewalk there anymore. But we kept it a prestige country road, 2 lanes, one in each direction, and we worked with the Bonnie Bray Farm to take that as one of the early heritage settlement areas. So, the next slide, please. Great. Now we've had a change at the provincial government saying that municipalities ought to increase their densities. And so all municipalities are scrambling to create areas with high-rises, condo townhouses on every piece of greenfield land. And again, like back in 1999, the city planning department seems to be blindly following these orders from up on high. And what it really means is we did some great work from 2000 until probably 2015, 2016, with good planning, working together. And now we're looking at what I consider, and most of the people that have spoken tonight consider to be bad planning. And we're trying to replace the good with the bad. High-rise development should be around public transport hubs. We're not against it. Oops, okay, I'm close to 5. But they should be where we have high public transport hubs, which would be downtown Brampton, Mount Pleasant, Shoppers World, and areas like that. That makes sense. If we look at Queen Street beyond Chinguacousy coming to Mississauga Road, yes, you designate it a Brampton Rapid Transit Corridor, but that's in name only. As people have already said, the people that buy the condos that developers are wanting to put in and the townhouses, they're not going to be your Amazon fulfillment center workers. They're not going to want to use a Brampton Rapid Transit. They're going to want to have cars. And so, as other people have said, the infrastructure isn't there for cars and it isn't there for schools. So, it's not going to help with the massive shortage of affordable homes that we are missing here in Brampton. So again, nothing that is being considered by the planners is going to help us out, all of us, you and us. Next slide, please. What we've got now are the proposals that we've heard tonight. The yellow bands to the top are where we want to put these 10-story high-rises by Elben Merkel, and we want to dot other high-rises in there too. And the yellow triangle to the bottom, that has Brent Haven on the right of that triangle, followed by Rotary Glen, followed by Mocon, followed by Cester. And what we've been saying to Kelly about a year ago is you're treating these as individual little areas. It is a triangle of 4 areas, and it needs to be looked at as a single area. And what we brought up today with points 5.1 and 5.4 on Credit View Road is the same situation. You listened to why 5.1 is up for approval, 5.4 is still in the making. And so we have that same situation there. And at the moment, there's a whole host of condominium townhouses and 2 high-rises on the Rotary Glen, 1 at the back of Mocon. It doesn't fit. And it doesn't fit with what we've achieved in 22 years. It just doesn't fit. And so that's why we and everybody here was opposed to that. So if I can take my final but 1 slide, please. So we're back to the situation that we had. Top-down orders, just make it happen, city mindset. Ignore good planning practice, ignore the residents of wards 4, 5 and 6 with their feedback, their logical arguments, and you've heard those tonight again. I watched over the streaming line on June the 6th, and my third from bottom bullet says June the 9th, that's my typo. But you've heard logical arguments, and most important trait that we all have is a passion to do things right the first time. We sent in a whole load of petitions to U3 wards, and we've copied the others to see that there's over 300,000 signatures. Look at the delegations made on June the 9th. Look at the delegations this evening. And then I was going to say, could I have a show of hands from everybody here that's against high-rises and townhouses here in the area along Queen Street? Yep. Yep. Well, not quite 100% anymore, but then most people have gone home. And as we've said, we elect our councillors to represent us. So with all of the arguments, with all of the heart that we've put into this, we remind you that we'd like a fair deal. We did go to the OMB back in 1999-2000. If we have to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, I think we're all of the mind that's what we'll do. We don't want to do it. if we use common sense, it shouldn't be necessary, and we shouldn't have to go around collecting money to pay for professionals to represent us. So take my final slide, please. And thank you for your attention tonight.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, our final delegation on this is Michael Gagnon, Mark Denardis from Gagnon Walker Domes. Michael and Mark, you are in the session. You can turn on your microphone or on your video if you so choose, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Mark Denardis here from GWD Planners. Mike Gagnon is also here with me. We wish to thank city staff for their recommendation report and their assistance in processing the application to date. Michael and I are here to answer any questions that committee members may have. So we're here as an attendee, and we'll stay on until the matter is dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes the delegations for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? We'll bring up the accompanying report, item 7.1. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. The high-rises that appear in Rotary's application, where are they in relation to the street, to Queen Street?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Bowman, the buildings themselves, they're located within fairly close proximity to Queen Street. If maybe I can ask David to really pull up the information contained within the zoning bylaw, which we're recommending, that would be most accurate. But looking at the concept plan that we have received from Rotary to date, which we really had utilized in creating the zoning bylaw information, I would believe it's in and around 5 meters away from the front property line. But David, if I could refer you to the zoning bylaw information.
Yep, through the chair, in the zoning bylaw, the minimum front yard setback is 3 meters.
3 meters, okay. And how long have these applications been being worked on?
Through Mr. Chairman, I'm seeing from the report that the lands were deemed complete on June 15th, 2021, I believe.
Okay, and prior to that? Prior to that, Alan, how long had they been?
Well, prior to that, through Mr. Chairman, staff really had generally, understood that, we had worked with the applicant on the pre-consultation in advance of the formal application, as well in advance of that. When it was several years ago now, I can't recall the actual year right now, but the tertiary plan work for the broader area was being completed. And when it was that the various other development applications really had been processed for rezoning applications, which were the CESTA application, there was a Laren Core and such. But really at that time, there was tertiary plan work, and the Rotary Club was at the table. They were putting forward information to really help in the creation of the tertiary plan.
Okay, so the tertiary plan has been done on this now?
That's right. So tertiary plan has been approved by council previously. I'm going to hazard a guess, but it perhaps would have been just 2010 or so, maybe a little bit later than that, but quite a period of time now.
Okay, so in the tertiary plan, through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, through the tertiary plan, is the planning done for each of those 4 segments?
So through Mr. Chairman, the planning work really was not completed by way of the tertiary plan process. Rather, the tertiary plan process, identified the intent that we knew that the owners had at that point in time. I think when it was that the tertiary plan was approved by council, there was some understanding that along with it came some understanding that the uses that were noted on the tertiary plan were generally thought to be appropriate, but they did have to go through their own rezoning, really full development applications, as is occurring now with the Rotary lands.
Okay, now is Rotary the first of these to come forward?
No. So through Mr. Chairman, there were two other development applications that had occurred a number of years ago, being the Cesta lands, which are essentially the most westerly of the large land area, really with this pocket of 4 or so sites. And then we also had dealt with, at that point in time, the application as it related to the Larencore application, which is essentially the most easterly of this pocket of 4 properties. And those applications had actually been processed, first through the city's process, but then subsequently were appealed, and OMB had provided approvals for those applications, those two applications.
The OMB provided appeals.
Approvals on the
Approvals
appeals.
for both of them, and they're approved, so we're just looking at the two in the middle tonight.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, thanks.
Okay. Don't see any further speakers. Councillor Woolens. Okay, so we have a motion moved by Councillor Woolens to move the staff report and receive the delegations. Are there anyone opposed? I see none. Motion carries. We now move on to item...
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Councillor Paleshi's asked for a recorded vote.
I didn't hear. Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Paleshi requested a recorded vote. I do see he typed it into the chat.
Okay.
I didn't pick it up, but if it's the
So
will
I'll
of the
send to
committee,
you
we can
for
do a recorded vote.
yeah.
Recorded vote's been requested on item 7.1. All those in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Singh? Yes. It's a yes. Councillor Fortini? It's a yes. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi?
Opposed.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Medeiros?
Yes.
It's a yes. That motion carries 8-1.
Is Mayor Brown on the line?
I do not see the mayor present.
Okay. So we now move on to item 6.7.
Mr. Chair, 6.7 is the next item, which is in regards to staff report 7.4, Corsiac Urban Planning, draft plan of subdivision 18779 Queen Street West, Ward 4. We have 4 delegations. The first is Desi Yang, who is left. The next delegate is Tony Mason.
It's the same presentation as I just gave for Rotary, so let's save our time.
The next delegate is Terry Corsiac. Terry, we're just bringing you into the session right now. You are in as a panelist. You can unmute your mic to address committee and turn on your video if you so choose. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. I'll be as brief as I can given the hour. I'm here tonight on behalf of Jim and Louisa Mulcomb. We do support staff's recommendations to approve the applications before you, i.e. to amend the official plan, the zoning bylaw, and the draft plan of subdivision. We can just go to the next slide, please. The slide shows the Mulcomb's property. You can see the greenhouses on the tableland part of the property nearest Queen Street. And then where the arrow points to subject property, that brown area is a field that's been used for agricultural purposes over the years. And you can see the property is surrounded by Credit River and Huttonville Creek. We'll go to the next slide, please. This is the tertiary plan that was discussed in the previous application. The Mulcomb's property is in the middle. It's highlighted in red. As was mentioned, the lands immediately to the west, the Cesta property, is approved for development for townhouses and singles. The Larencore properties on the far east in orange, that's also approved for development. And then the Rotary application that's just been dealt with is immediately to the east. So the Mulcomb proposal includes a mix of townhouses and detached dwellings in the location of where the existing greenhouses are, your Queen Street, and then an apartment building on the peninsula shown in red near the rear of the site. If I can go to the next slide, please. The apartment block on that peninsula is very unique in that it's surrounded almost entirely by the Credit River and Huttonville Creek Valley systems. As such, it's isolated and quite removed from any existing homes. The nearest homes in proximity to this is 220 meters to the east, i.e. about 2 football or soccer pitches laid end to end. We can go to the next slide, please. Show the plan of subdivision that's before you. I did describe most of that, so I think we can go to the next slide now, please. And this is a conceptual plan for the apartment building on that apartment block that was shown in red. So the proposal is a building with a maximum height of 12 stories, with a maximum of 200 units. Resident parking would be underground. Visitor parking would be on the surface. Next slide, please. This is a drone shot looking east over that apartment block site. And as you can see, it's a really, truly unique piece of land being surrounded by the valley system, such as it is in the mature trees. We'll go to the next slide. This is another drone shot looking south now over the Lionhead Golf Course. Again, it's a really, really special site for a luxury high-end building. What's planned for the site. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of what the building might look like, and that is superimposed into that first drone shot, which was looking to the east. And the next slide, please. And this is just a view, a rendering of that building again, showing how it could fit into the existing landscape without causing any disturbance to the surrounding trees and valley system. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next and last registered delegate is Rohit Dewan.
No, I've already said all my, seems it's not being heard.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the delegations on this item.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. So we'll bring up staff report 7.4. Are there any questions? No questions. Okay, so we have no questions. Okay. Councillor Palashi is requesting a recorded vote. Is there anyone moving? Councillor Singh?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of the committee, a recorded vote's been requested on this item. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Yep.
It's a yes. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Fortini. Yes. It's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi.
No.
No. Councillor Willens.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Yes. Chair Medeiros.
Yes.
It's a yes. That motion carries 8-1.
Okay, thank you very much. And we now move on to...
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next item is 6.9, delegation regarding various correspondence regarding the proposed new Brampton plan, the official plan, and Michael Gagnon is present to delegate on this item. Michael, you can unmute yourself, turn on your video if you so choose. You have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have so my apologies. Point of order, Councillor Singh.
This is item 6.9 regarding 11.1.
Yeah.
After this item, there are delegations 610. and
Is that
reverse
for
item
Georgia?
10.1.
Is that for Georgia? Okay. How many delegations there is? 5?
There's only one delegation for this item from Michael Gagnon.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
You can proceed, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the rest of committee, pardon me, it's Michael Gagnon, Managing Principal Planner of Gagnon Walker Domes Limited. Here this evening addressing the committee on behalf of 23 different clients that we are representing, and in my delegation request you'll may recall that I had identified the various parties that we had submitted formal written correspondence on behalf of in connection with the new Brampton official plan. And recognizing the lateness of the evening, I'm glad I decided I wouldn't ask for individual opportunities to speak on behalf of each of the applicants that we're representing. And I say applicants because pretty much everybody we are representing, who are all listed in your agenda in item 11.1, either have submitted applications or are in the process of submitting applications for your consideration. And some of these owners have owned their lands for decades. Others are parties that have recently purchased their lands, but having done so in light of the current designations in either your current official plan or appropriate secondary plans. And with respect to your new official plan, the purpose of that document is to bring your official plan into conformity with the recently approved Region of Peel official plan. And as you will all know, as members of committee, the Region of Peel recently adopted the new official plan, which had to be approved by July of 2022. So they were slightly ahead of schedule. And according to the province, the City of Brampton has until July 2023 to do likewise. Now, on June 2nd, we had filed, my partners and I and other planners in the office, no less than 23 different submissions on behalf of various clients, as I mentioned, constituting hundreds of pages of material. And those letters include comments, observations, and recommendations based on a detailed review of your new official plan. And the reason that we're appearing tonight is to inquire and register a concern regarding what we understand is a race to the finish line, for lack of a better word, where we understand that there's a desire on the part of the municipality to approve the new official plan in early July of this year. And the reason we're concerned about that is the extensiveness of our comments in the context of the issues that have to be worked through, and the fact that the City of Brampton has until July 2023. You have another year to bring your plan into conformity with the regional plan. The regional plan is still being reviewed by the province. And our concern is that, as we understand it, the plan is going to come back on July 6th of 2022 for approval. We're not certain that there's going to be sufficient time for your staff, who I know are working very hard to liaise with us and work through all of the various issues that we have raised with them. And it would be unfortunate if we were not able to spend at least the balance of the summer working through the various issues that have been raised, so that we can hopefully reach a point of consensus and all of our concerns be addressed before the plan is approved. So perhaps the remedy for this dilemma is a breather, as it were, and direction to the staff to work through the summer with not only ourselves, but I know there were about a half dozen other submissions made by other representatives, with direction to come back in September to table the final plan for approval. I think it may serve to avoid a lot of acrimony and some rushed decision-making and assessment. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that's the purpose for me speaking this evening. I do want to thank your staff for the efforts that they have put into already reaching out to us since June 3rd. And I know there are meetings scheduled for later this week to work through the issues in those 23 letters that we filed. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the delegation? I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to receive the delegation and accompanying correspondence. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. So we now move on to...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is Delegation 6.10. It's 7 delegations as shown on the screen earlier. And this is in regards to item 10.1 on tonight's agenda, which is an item that was deferred from the last Planning and Development Committee meeting regarding 6875, 6889, Mayfield Road in Ward 10, application to amend the official plan, zoning bylaw, and draft plan of subdivision, Glenn Schnarr and Associates, George and Mayfield, Sterling Chase. The first delegate is Baljit Chopra. After Baljit Chopra is Rajiv Sani, followed by Jotvinder Sodhi, AJ Agarwal, Rajwinder Sani, Nitin Arora, Balahar Singh, and Kalwinder Sandhu. So we'll start with Baljit Chopra.
Rajiv Sani.
Okay. Okay, please proceed.
Thanks, Chairman and the Councillor, for giving the opportunity to bring in front of you the issues that we are having in our community. It's my first delegation that I have attended. I've seen that in the Brampton we are constructing so many beds. So do we have that type of infrastructure that is supported? I know provincial is supporting the act of building more and more and highly densely populated homes. But why only in Brampton? Brampton cannot have affordable homes because city is not reducing the taxes. They are increasing the taxes every year. We don't have that much, moreover, the interest rates are getting increased. So how the people are going to afford it? Already the mortgages are at peak high. So if we are talking about affordable homes, go to Blind River, Sudbury. Blind River population of 2,000 people only, very old people. Province should make some employment opportunities in those areas to be constructed. Canada is the second largest country, and we don't have a land. We do have enough land, and if we consider Ontario, after territories, Ontario is, I would say, third or fourth after territories, and the number, third or fourth, the biggest, Ontario. So provincial is looking to build towns and so much densely populated, and why province is not seeing that one? If we are having those many beds, are we going to have hospitals for them? I know there are independent planners for each. Somebody working on Chenguzi or Queen Street, somebody working on this one. Does mayor or the chairman have how many beds will be in the city? That beds will have hospitals for them, schools for them, transportation. So I agree, there is a requirement of a densely population or high rise, but they should come to where we have a transportation. Public transportation should be there, easy access, schools are there. So my area, Vales of Humber, can we move on to next slide? When we purchased this home, I was the first one to purchase a home in that area. We paid high premiums because those were executive areas. If you see left and right, there are no homes, the block where I live, any size of the lot size less than 45 feet lot. All homes are 45 and above, right? So this piece of land where the builder wants to build, it is between two ravines. It's a very small piece of land. Initially, TRCA had issues in getting approval. But city, in 2020, they conducted the meeting and they had the same delegation and all those requests. Despite there was no TRCA approval provided yet, city has to still answer their questions. Even the builder has to answer their question. I will not talk about ecology or environment because so many talks already happened on it. So destroying the ravines is an environmental issue. Secondly, that Mayfield Road is a borderline with the Caledon. There is Falcon trucking industry, one of the biggest industry I would say on that. So many trucks are ongoing on that one, and this, if it is built that highly densely populated, then all the traffic is going on Mayfield, and everyone knows trucks cannot brake that hard and stop at the same time. We are risking so many lives. Everyone knows what happened at Torbram and Countryside. We lost 4 innocent lives, an infant, and 2-year, 3-year, 4-year. We don't want to happen again. This to happen again. So we want that the city should go with the original plan not to change the land use. What was initially decided to build like low density homes, executive homes, that will be our approach going forward. Thank you.
Next, through you, Mr. Chair, so I guess Baljit is not present, and so we'll go to you, Jotvinder.
Yes, please.
Just bring up your presentation in a moment.
Good morning, council members, chair. It's a morning, 1 o'clock in the morning. We appreciate staff and the council members for their dedication to listening us. I believe you would understand, I think in the room, we are only few people left, and it was jam-packed. So our dedication is stronger as yours. Willpower is more strong. So I'll pick up few points. I think in a previous delegation, I did not cross the lines, and I will try my best to work collaboratively, positively, for an appropriate right resolutions to the problems residents completely in Brampton East, Northwest, we all are facing it. And challenges are for council too, and sometimes point outs comes in, oh, province has this and that. Point is, province is not forcing anything. They are asking for a development, they are asking for a right reasons. But doesn't mean they are only asking in Brampton. It has been developed all around. Going back, TRCA is a concern in that area, particularly that particular small pocket. Public safety, we have been lobbying, we have been to the city council, some of the regional councils have overheard repeatedly year by year. And also, like kind of another is healthcare, sport, infrastructure, and all those things are lacking. So our request is keep the current zoning as is instead of change of land use. Just for your information, just a few minutes ago, I got a call from my home because I live on Mayfield Road, right on Mayfield. I'm facing that corner. There was an illegal truck yard which has crossed the line. I think regional councillors, especially 9 and 10, please listen. There are specifically a truck rolled over just minutes ago on McQueen and Mayfield. Just now I'm talking about it. So this has not been addressed. 4 years in a row, I've been to the council, to the region, to the police board, completely. So our request is, if staff can support us, if council can support us, we are requesting to have the zoning as is, as a state homes. Originally, it was a state lots, 2-acre lots, changed to state houses. So where are we gonna stop that? And there is no infrastructure, there is no transit, there is already have challenges. We do not have a school in our subdivision. Our children goes to the school is a tree-line public school. So we have already a challenges of public safety, road safety, all those challenges. I think by considering, I don't want to take a lot of time from you guys, and I commend for sitting here, still awake and listening. I know exhausted, tired of maybe today is close to 100 delegations repeated. So we commend your spirit, but we are looking forward a positive, appropriate resolution to our request. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Can you just please state your name just for...
Hi, my name is Nitin.
Okay. Hi,
So-
Nitin. Please go ahead.
I'm here for the delegation for my area, which is pretty much a state homes, Wills of Humber. I know everybody has already mentioned this, and there's it's pretty much all of them are estate homes or estate houses. So when we bought in 2015 or 2016 those houses, they were sold as estate homes to us. And it's a very small pocket which is between two creeks. And as a greenbelt, rather than giving it trails which were already proposed over there, we are building a condominium building or the townhouses over there. I do understand there's a need of the houses, but there should be dedicated areas for that too. So we will propose, it's a very small pocket. The traffic is going to be on the Mayfield Road. It's very unsafe for that too. And environmentally, it's not feasible over there. So we are not against the development, but it has to be appropriate or according to the area which it is dedicated for. So that is my dedication. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of our delegations, and at this time, I see Councillor Singh on the board.
Thank you, and I just wanted to thank the delegations for waiting till 1 in the morning, about 6 hours. So thank you to my colleagues as well. And this has been a challenging application from a councillor perspective. This area I know extremely well. I have a lot of family in this area, a lot of residents I'm very close to. And there is a lot of confusion around this. Now, we've had, we saw some intense interactions today between residents, but this group has been very collaborative. I think what they're asking is just for us to spend a little bit more time on this and really try to match things with existing properties. I think the biggest point of this is consistency, making sure that it maintains the character of the community. There are big concerns about Mayfield and McVean. McVean, correct me if I'm wrong, is still single lane. Mayfield itself is a hybrid truck route now. So instead of, it's easy to reject these things and it causes problems at the land tribunal. I think Councilor Medeiros did a good job today explaining the risks in that with other applications. I think, and I have talked to Councilor Dillon, I think we're going to take a more collaborative approach, work with the applicant. The residents aren't saying no. What they're saying is they want estate residential. And so I think I'd like to continue to try, and so that's why I'd like to put a referral motion and work with everybody, including staff, to see what we can do on this further.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. So it's a referral or?
Yeah.
Referral back to staff, okay. And I believe Councillor Dillon's on. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you so much. And I just want to thank the residents and their patience in all of this. This has been a long journey up to this point, and a number of different meetings we've had with numerous resident groups. And I think to echo the sentiments of Councillor Singh, try to get a collaborative approach going forward and really try to work with everybody now to see how we can get everybody on board with this. And so definitely do support the referral motion, and look forward to working with everybody and see how we can get everybody satisfied. Like it was mentioned before, it's not necessarily a no from the residents, and what they're actually looking for is just how do we make this consistent with the rest of the area. So with the referral motion, I want to thank everybody for their patience in all this.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a referral motion on the floor moved by Councillor Singh. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. Motion carries.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we may want to do a motion just to receive the delegations and receive the correspondence as well.
And a motion moved by Councillor Singh to receive the delegations. Or anyone?
And the correspondence.
And the company correspondence. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so it's also received. We now move on to Councillor question period. Are there any questions from members of?
Through you, Mr. Chair. There is 7.3 held by Councillor Bowman.
Yes, my apologies. Councillor Bowman.
Goodbye. Thanks. Through you, Mr. Chair, it's very, very late. I'm not going to be long with this. I'd like to thank staff for the work they put in on this report for implementing additional residential units, second units, gardens, suites, as the province had dictated to us that we must allow these and offer it as an option. I mean, with some of the things we've been talking about tonight with the high rises and doubling the population, some areas are doubling their population in their neighborhoods simply because of second units and illegal second units moving in. As much as I appreciate the report, I can't support it. I don't support the proliferation of third living units within a residential neighborhood. Councillor Medeiros and I have wards where, you know, there's a very, very, very large proliferation of second units. Up by Sheridan College, there's probably more second units there than there is single-family dwellings. So, although it's a very good report, and I know that we're being told by the province, I would have liked to seen something in the report more conducive to certain areas are already full of second units, and therefore second and third units wouldn't be allowed in there anymore. But I don't see that. I brought it up in our previous discussions on this. So I'm just going to say I can't support this, but you know, it's up to the rest of council what they want to do, and they may not be in the same situation as I'm facing in my wards, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Are there any further speakers? Oh, okay. Councillor Dilling, your mic is on. So I'll move the chair be heard. And
no, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. And Ayako,
sorry, somebody keeps muting it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dilling.
Sorry, Councillor Dillon,
Sorry.
that's me muting. Your mic was on. You're not requesting to speak, is that correct?
I was just going to give a quick comment and a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just wondering if Councillor Bowman feels it's more better if we refer this to the next council meeting to have a more debate on it. I know it's late right now. I just wondered what his feelings were.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, he's not opposed, Councillor Dillon, if you'd like to refer this to next council meeting.
Yes, I'd like to do that.
Okay, so it's referred by Councillor Dillon. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. Motion carries.
So, Mr. Chair, that goes to the July 6th council meeting then?
So we'll go to July 6th council meeting. Our next is councillor question period. Are there any questions regarding the committee business? I see none. Public question period. Are there any questions from members of the public?
Mr. Chair, there is one question, and it's in regards to an item that was approved on the consent motion regarding ministerial zoning orders. This meeting seemed to put a lot of emphasis on the planning process, and when asked if all proposals have to come forth through council in a public meeting, MZOs were not mentioned at all, a process that completely skips any opportunities for public input. Does this mean council will no longer pass MZOs and give developers a green light behind the backs of Brampton residents? What about pending MZOs that are not yet approved? Will council do the right thing and withdraw their support for those MZOs? And it's from Melissa Bergman, Brampton resident.
So, through Mr. Chairman, if you like, I can provide some response there. So I can confirm through to the resident that yes, there remains to be a tool identified within the Planning Act, being the MZOs, and that particular process and tool is really intended by the minister to be really utilized in extenuating circumstances, special circumstances whereby there's priority matters that the province and the minister want to deal with, and whereby members of council and councils of municipalities can put matters forward to the minister in supporting requests for MZOs to ask for the minister's consideration. So with MZOs, although it is that there is no particular requirement for public meeting and public engagements with area residents, it is something that the minister has stated, is a preference, and his ask now is that municipalities do utilize engagement processes alongside MZOs, and so that is really shown actually as well by way of contained within Bill 109. There is a new tool that is referenced that is now available to municipalities as well, which is a tool which is comparable to MZO, which though does utilize inherently within it engagement processes with members of the public. and it's referred to as the Housing Accelerator Tool. But it does remain that in some extenuating circumstances, there may not be a particular requirement associated with the ministers choosing to have public engagement, but it remains to be a tool that's available.
Okay, thank you. So as there's no further questions, we go now move on to adjournment. So I do have our next committee meeting is July 25th. I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to adjourn tonight's meeting. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. And just lastly, thank you to staff for all the work and for keeping strong as we go through the wee hours. So thank you very much, and everyone have a safe